Yo. I think we're live, guys. And we're live. We're live. Hello, guys. Just thought I'd do a quick stream. As Flats wasn't streaming tonight, so I couldn't stream at that time that Flats usually streams, so I thought I'd do one a bit later. Let me just say hello to whoever's in the chat. In it, I think there's only 3 people. There's myself, Lev Kung Fu Shaolin, Miss Maud Green Bay, 4Jacks, and Ryan. Hey guys, and here we've got Vic, my better half, Ryan, panel member, best panel member going, and myself. Before there's only one watching. There's only all right. Barry's here. Tells me there's one watching, then Barry turns up and it says 3. Are you 2 persons, Barry? Oh no, it's because Jeff Gassett's there as well. Hello, Barry. Hello, Jeff. Before I go anywhere, I just want to dry something up with what's the guy's
Clear
name?
something up.
Yeah, it's the same stuff. Clear some up, dry some up. Same difference. Clear some up, dry some up. Why did I say dry when I would usually say clear?
I
Did I
have
say
no
dry?
idea. Yeah.
Right, it must be wet then. It must be wet, guys. It must be wet. So I need to dry it up. But yeah, I'm going to put this bigger so you can see it in my comment section. Yesterday, I did a poll on, actually, here it is. Yesterday, I did a poll. These were the results. I did a poll. What was it? Is Sean Hawkins a foul-mouthed hypocrite? And I put, it's put yes, no, foul-mouthed hypocrite descriptions are too soft for Sean. So the results were 51% for that. So in my comments, I put, at the top there, in the results, I put there, looks like foul-mouthed hypocrite won. Bless, guys. Now, I understand what the guy's saying because 10% says yes, no says that 9%. But foul-mouthed and hypocrite descriptions are far too soft for Sean. So I've still put a foul-mouthed and hypocrite won because it's too soft for him. But the guy says, but it's pedantic, and he turns around and says to me, I'll put it on bigger so you can see it. 150. What's the guy's name as well? Thomas Matthew 13. That's probably not his real name, but he says what? He says, look like foul-mouthed hypocrite won. No, it didn't. Yes, only got 10%. Why do you always lie? It's not a lie at all. I mean, it won because 51% says that hypocrite and foul-mouthed isn't strong enough words for him. So it's still blimmin' won in the end of the day. It's not a lie. It's an exaggeration on what he is meant to, what I called him. So I mean, the last one is an exaggeration saying it's not good enough. So it's still one at the end of the day. It's not a lie. It's an exaggeration of what he actually is, which is not an exaggeration. You know what I mean? So, there you go.
You know, it's just Sean Hawkins.
When I turn that up 150%, my other page went up 50% as well. Isn't that weird? I didn't think
it's probably just Sean Hawkins on another account.
It's troll.
It's probably Sean Hawkins. So yeah, I might have said it wrongly, but I wasn't lying about it. Yes, it was 10% for foul mouth and for yes, basically. But 51%, basically, I was saying 51% was saying that that's not too good of a word for him. Do you know what I mean? So it's still one. You know, wow. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Sorry, Mr. Irrelevant, for giving you a bit of, advertisement.
Why are you talking about that, dude?
Mr. Irrelevant is Hawkins.
Was I sharing that then? I was sharing that one night.
I don't think so.
Oh, don't tell me I wasn't blimmin' sharing it. I wasn't sharing it. Right. Sorry, guys. I wasn't sharing that at all.
I want to address another comment that was in your comment section, and that was the gender bender.
Oh, go on then.
Saying that you're the foul-mouthed hypocrite. Gender bender, if you weren't a man, I'd bitch slap you, but sadly you are a man, so I won't be doing that.
Right, sorry guys, I'll share it. Let me just share it because I didn't share. I didn't think I did. I don't think I was sharing it. I don't think I was sharing it at all. Oh, is that the wrong one? No, it's the wrong one. This one. Sorry, I wasn't sharing it, guys. But here it is. Here, I thought I was already sharing it. What a numpty. So let me go to it. Right. So yeah,
was that the same guy that was asking you why you said hypocrite?
No, I was a different one.
Yeah.
I was a different person. I think I was a woman. Well, the avatar was a
No,
woman.
it was Brenda.
No, there was another one,
Was
babe.
it?
There was another one before that saying, who
You
cares
got a
and stuff
response
like
from
that. I
Brenda,
don't know.
wow.
But
The
yeah,
one I
no,
was
so the
just on
person,
about then, when I
hold on,
said,
babe, hold on. So I'm just going to show people, right? The person said that I was lying because, hold on, let me go 150. Right, he said, yeah, looks like foul mouth hypocrite one. No, it didn't. Yes, only got 10%. Why do you always lie? The result that one was not calling him foul mouth hypocrite. No, the result that won was saying he's worse than foul mouth hypocrite. So at the end of the day, it still won. 51% said that foul mouth and hypocrite descriptions are too soft for Sean. So technically, you're right. I didn't lie. I was just saying foul mouthed and hypocrite won because that is softer. That's a softer way of saying he needs to be called something stronger. Do you know what I mean? Because it says foul mouth and hypocrite is not too soft for Sean. So 51% said that. So I didn't lie at all. You know what I mean? It's a mix up
you
of
know
what was
what,
said.
right?
It doesn't matter though at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's them just
After
causing fuss for no
tonight,
reason.
after this now, I think we best
Mm.
just ignore the lot of the rotten
Well, of course. But
arse
the video I
boys.
want to watch is under my watch later, which will
But the
be
gender bender saying that you're the foul mouth hypocrite. I'd love to know how, because you hardly ever swear.
yeah, exactly.
Hi,
I
Mr.
know,
Super Sidewinder.
but yeah. Yeah, no, I just thought it was so. I was just wanting to clear that up because I wasn't lying. Yes, he's technically right. The one that won wasn't the foul mouth, but the one that won was saying that is too soft for him. So if if I was lying, why would I make myself look like the one that I wanted to win? Do you know what I mean? Did win. Why would I make it look like the one that was softer won against Sean Hawkins? Do you know what I mean? So technically, it's
What is
still
it?
one.
You
Technically,
planting a
he's right,
joke
but
or what?
technically, it's still one. It's one of them. You know what I mean? I just wanted to address it that I wasn't lying. You know what I mean? I get getting called a liar. You know, I hate it, especially because in my old life, obviously with drugs and all that, I had to lie. You know what I mean? In my old life, and it hurt a lot of people. Lies do. So you know what I mean? I've learned from that. Don't lie. You know what I mean? It's a horrible thing. Even a little lie will send, even if it's just for the most decent reason, it can still end up hurting someone. Do you know what I mean? So I try my hardest
Then
not to
why
lie.
did you lie, PJ?
Don't lie. You lie. Of course you lie.
Why did you lie then, PJ? Damn it!
You've got to lie to
What's
flash.
wrong with you?
You've got to lie to flash. You know what I mean? And the thing is, as well, people come into my chats, and yes, I do a couple of videos on flat Earth, but because I do a lot of flat Earth on Flatses, I don't tend to do much flat Earth on my lives or videos. I do a little bit, but I'm doing it every night on Flatses. So what's the point? Do you know what I mean? But I still get people coming into the comments going on about flat Earth and got to like your flat Earth and all that. I'm not flat Earthing. I'm making a video on scripture. I'm making a video on Mandela. I'm making a video on testimony. I'm making a video on rebutting someone. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. It's just stupid. And they come into the chats with flat Earth stuff.
But
Crazy.
don't you find it sad that just because we know something they believe is wrong,
Yeah.
that they then feel the need that they can do whatever they want, and we're all meant to, because we're the minority compared to them, we're meant to all shut up and just sit and be called whatever, and the make-up lies and stuff just because we're the minority. No, like
Yeah.
give your head a wobble. Nobody has actually ever done anything personal, not like what we had last year with the videos and that, and that person knew they were making me ill.
Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous.
Do the things that these people do, I just find really sad. And if we're not speaking the truth, why are they so triggered?
Yeah, exactly. Why are they triggered? But it is one of them. If they've got nothing to worry, if we are what we say, what we profess to know and believe, whatever. If it's all lies and it doesn't come to anything, why are they so worried? Why do they have to come in? Oh no, you're wrong. This is it. This is actual truth. I mean, when you know they're talking crap, it
If they're
doesn't.
not paying your bills, they have no opinion.
Oh, there's a few people coming in chat. Can I just say hello to them? Let's go up a bit. Where did it
Do you
come off?
know
Right.
what
So
I
I said
mean?
hello to Jeff. I said hello to Barry. Jeff Hunt, I am Mr. Super Sidewinder. Good to see you. Chillin, good to see you as well. I was going to call you Mr. Chillin then. I was about to say, sorry, it's Mr. Chillin, but it's not. Norman Cross, good to see you. I think I already said hello to Lev, but hi, Lev, how you doing, man? And Gio, I
Hi,
can't say that last
Gio.
name. Ptolemy.
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 The P is silent.
I know, I
Not
hate
like
doing
your
the pilot
PP.
silent
Your
thing.
PP isn't silent. But that
Oh,
PP is.
I said to Flats the other night, before the show, he said, I say, for PayPal, I use the initials, I say P and P. So I said to Flats before the show started, like, tomorrow, because I ain't going to see you because you've got to have a day off. I says, I'll stick something in your PP. And if he looked at me like, what? What do you mean you'll stick something in my PP?
What?
I mean, I'll put something in
Why?
your PayPal tomorrow.
Weirdo.
No, I don't. No, bad
And
idea.
me being Scottish saying pee-pee sounds. I'll
Hey,
stick
hey.
something in your pee-pee. What's
Not
a
really.
flat now? What's an anti-flat after? Sound like that.
Do
You
you
just
know
stick
Well,
what?
they're
something
gonna
in
have
people's
so much fun
pee-pees.
with that. You can see it.
But do you know,
But yeah.
right? Because I have to know everything, and I do. Like, I
Oh.
want to know if someone's talking about me, whether it's good or bad. Since I made that
Yeah.
last video,
Mm.
obviously Mr. Irrelevant did his poll on me, and people commented on it, but I didn't click on it because I didn't want to know. And I've also seen that other people have shared my video, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not gonna look because I don't want to know. And to be fair, they don't pay my bills, so their opinion don't count for nothing. But I think that's the best way to do it, is to just say what you got to say and then blank all the weirdos.
Yeah, that's it. So this video came across. I'll just put it.
Barbara's in chat. Hi, Barbara.
Always do that. Always do the wrong thing. Hi, Barbara. How you
Hello,
doing?
Barbara.
Good to see you. Always good to see you. Yeah, this video is called. Let me get that. It's called "Why Is It So Hard to Return to the Moon?" I didn't watch it. I just seen the title. Played about 2 minutes of it, and I thought, yeah, I'll put this on for tonight if I decide to do a show tonight, a stream tonight, and I decided to do it, but I couldn't do it at Flats' time, so I did it at this time. So we'll just get into it. Press play. I don't, like I say, I don't even know. I can guess what it's about, obviously, with the title, but I'll play it and just shout stop whenever, and we'll talk about it, or not, or we'll just watch a video. We'll just cinema it. You know what I mean? Just cinema it. Yeah. Right. Let's go. Shall we go? Any last words before we go? No.
Let's go.
Let's go.
If we could get to the moon in the 1960s,
No way.
why does it seem so hard to do it now in the 21st century? Like we've all
Because you can't.
seen or remember the 1960s. We had giant computers that could now fit inside of a little calculator, let alone the computing capacity of your smartphone. We had technology that is laughably out of date by today's standards, and we just did it. And yet now it seems almost impossible. Like we've been trying to recapitulate
Isn't
it
it
for
weird that he says that word impossible? Because it is impossible. And it mad that people will be thinking that, well, look at all the technology we've got now. We've been to the moon, but why is it so hard to get back? Why can't we do it? When all that computers they've got there, we can fit into a little chip or in our mobile phones or cell phones, whatever you want to call it now. We fit all that technology in there, but we can't get that. And people are thinking that.
We should watch the video that they put out right before they sent the LEM up there. They showed what the computer looked like, and it's funny. I posted it a couple of days ago.
I think it shows the type of computers in this. I think that's as far as I go. Well, if not, then I'll have a look at it afterwards.
So hilarious.
I know the computers they use here with all tapes and that big windy tapes, like the size of a room. A computer the size of a room now fits in.
No. It's not like that. It's just all the solid state wiring, instead of being on a circuit board, it's literally wires that they say that they pulled the insulation off of them, and then they run all the wires individually right next to each other without any insulation on them. So that all the circuits, instead of being circuits, it's basically stuff just. And they say that they didn't solder it; they welded them together. It's so funny.
Welded it.
It's laughable. You'll laugh. You'll be like, really? Like, what is this? Yeah, they said they welded these little wires together. I'm like, you can't weld wires together, even with a small arc. Melt it.
Have you got the link? For that,
yeah, I think I'd have to leave. I'd have to jump out of here and post it for you. I have links for all kinds of cool stuff.
If you want to do that later or anything, you don't have to do it now. We'll see what happens in this first. But yeah, that'd be cool to look at. Right, let's go.
Almost 2 decades now. Like, we've been hearing for decades, oh, we're going back to the moon. NASA's we're headed back to the moon. More people on the moon. It's taking forever. Our current plans are bloated, horribly late, over budget.
Sorry, guys, I'm just going to put a link for this. It's only fair that I put a link for this guy's video in the chat.
How do they get a signal? Because I'm not being funny. I went from my house to town, and I couldn't get a signal.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Nixon was on a landline and had a direct call. No delay, nothing. He had a direct line to the moon. Don't know how he did it, but he was Nixon. He could do that. Presidents can do stuff like that, can't they?
Technically, if you call from a ship, they have to radio the call in, and they use the same looking phone, but it's not actually a phone, it's a radio. And the radio ham operator will actually run the call because the call can't be done from wherever they're at. That's how they used to do it. They would run it through a radio, and then he would hold a thing that looked like a phone, but it was really just a ham radio. Just so you know.
Got you. Right, let's go.
And it seems like it's getting worse. What's going on? Well, to set things up, let me paint the picture of the difference between the 1960s and 70s Apollo missions and our current strategy with the Artemis project. So let's start with Apollo. On July 16th, 1969, we made history. At 9:30 in the morning, the Saturn V rocket, the largest, most powerful rocket ever built, ignited. Capable of over 34.5 million.
I like how you said it, because it did ignite. It did ignite.
Did you see that?
Did ignite because that's exactly what it is, a bloody big firework, isn't it?
Go back about 5 seconds, BJ.
Yeah.
Go back about 5 seconds. Yeah, go back about 5 seconds, or maybe 10 seconds, or whatever. Go back a little bit. Okay, now watch this carefully when they switch it and they show.
So let's start with Apollo. On July.
Say it again.
Here we go. Keep going.
Right,
Keep going. Just wait. I'll tell you
16th, 1969, we made history. At 9:30 in the morning, the Saturn V rocket, the largest, most powerful rocket ever built.
Yeah.
Pause it right there. Okay, now look at that. Look at that jet supposedly coming out. Does that look like a real jet to you? Does that look anything like what you would expect to see?
Looks like fabric.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's
it looks awful.
It's literally like. It's probably a switch. They switched to a camera in some studio somewhere where they got this big smoke thing where they drop, like, some kind of gas down through a tunnel and it comes out the bottom and it looks like that, or something stupid like that.
I mean,
I just don't believe it. You know what I mean?
You look at this where my pointer is. Can you see it? Where my cursor is?
Phony.
It looks like it's got duct tape on it. It looks like it's got duct tape all around that. It looks like it's got patches, like patch 10 riveted, been riveted in and everything.
It's duct tape.
This rocket's boosters came from the same place the LEM did.
I think all those things is literally big giant helium balloons that are solid on the outside, but they're filled with helium or some kind of gas that makes them float. And then all they need is some kind of a thing to emanate the jet thing coming out the bottom, and then it just goes straight up. You know what I mean?
There is a lot of people think that because you do see the red thing that take. I don't know what you call it, but it does look too light for it. It's like it's bobbing about, like it's full of helium, like you say, it's bobbing about and all that. I don't know what you call it. It detaches.
And I'm talking about before it even takes off, before the jet, before the rocket even fires.
It's bobbing up and down, isn't it? I mean? It is bobbing up and down.
It bounces around, and it's like, don't tell me they've got hydraulics that can lift that thing, and it weighs like I don't know how many tons, but it's an ungodly amount. It's
Well,
like
it's got to be.
I just don't believe you could pick anything that heavy up that like with a rocket. I just don't believe it.
But
I
they
think
say
the
that's
rocket
how
would
they
just
get up in
fire
the
and it
air,
would
isn't it?
blow a hole in the ground, and that would be about it. You know
They
what
say
I mean?
that's how they get up in the air, isn't it? They ain't got the boost from the ground, so it starts off like a firework. It's basically a big bloody firework, isn't it?
But they have cargo planes that can carry like Humvees in the back of them, right?
Yeah.
And they could fly those up into high altitude. So why wouldn't they just fly up into high altitude and then send whatever rocket it is out from an airplane from there? That would make more sense to me.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, look, the shuttle used to.
Then there'd be less resistance and less pressure and all that kind of stuff, right? Less drag.
Shuttles used to be carried on the back of an airplane.
They could even lift it up on a hot air balloon. Like they could just raise it, like no matter how heavy it is, if they have all the access to the helium, they could just like fill up huge, balloons full of helium and then just lift it up and let it float up. And then when it got to the right altitude, then fire the rocket and take off from there. That would make more sense, would it not? I mean, seriously.
Hey, look.
I mean, they're saying that they can push off of something, right?
Yeah.
Once they're up there.
Norman Cross said, "I didn't even believe the moon landings was true when I was a Globie. I don't understand how anyone believes that crap. This crap, even Globies. I know. I mean, that's the fact. When I started thinking the moon landing was fake, was a while ago. Definitely, my dad spoke about it when I was a kid. So from a kid, I kind of heard it. When I became it was in my mid to late 20s, I suppose. I started thinking about the fake moon landings, but I was 40, probably 7 years ago, maybe 39, but when I actually knew for sure that the moon landings were fake. But then a couple of years later, that's when I became a flat earther. So I did believe in the globe still for a little while, whilst I believed the moon landings were fake. Yeah, definitely. A lot of Globers don't believe in it because it's so silly. It's silly. I mean, if you look at that thing in the sky, like Dislord says a lot. I mean, Dislord says a lot of things, but he says it's right there. It's right there. You can see it's right there. But it is like that. And the sky, right? The sky is behind. It seems like the sky is behind the moon, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Instead of it being in space and us seeing sky and it being shining through somehow, but being in front of it, it looks like it's in front of the sky. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I mean, I think you can trust your eyes when it comes to the blooming moon. It's not a rock flying orbiting Earth. It's ridiculous to think it's a rock orbiting around.
All right, I'm going to go and see if I can snatch that video real quick. Yeah, it's probably going to cut me off, or it's going to at least mute me. So I'll be right back.
Right, yeah, I'll let you back in anyway. Don't worry. Right, I'll carry on playing this while he's away.
Ignited. Capable of over 34.5 million newtons of thrust at launch, the Saturn V hoisted 48 tons of fuel, equipment, landers, life support systems, communications gear, a command module, a descent module, and an ascent module, and 3 human beings into space.
All that weight, and it took it into space, into a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. All that weight into space, it just blasted up there. When, like with the LEM and all that, they tested it on Earth and couldn't even get it right, but had it perfect in the vacuum of space and going to the moon and all that. They could do things perfectly just off the cuff. Get it wrong one day, and the next day when they go to space, they get it right, just like that. Brilliant. Let's do it. Brilliant. We can do that.
It was a 3-stage rocket with the first 2 stages igniting, burning, and detaching before lofting the remaining spacecraft into a stable parking orbit around the Earth. After a couple orbits, the 3rd stage ignited its own smaller rockets, boosting the spacecraft towards the moon. While in transit, the spacecraft separated into 2 components, a command and service module and a lunar module.
Look, there's your liars. Like, they've got obviously, one of them's dead now. Neil Armstrong's dead. I don't know about Michael Collins. Buzz is still alive, but Neil's dead, isn't he? You could see that it was taking its toll on Neil, without a doubt. Buzz Aldrin's already started telling, well, not already, it's like 60 years later, isn't it? 60? No, 50 years later, 50 odd years later. Yeah. He's telling the truth now, and he's letting it slip to young people he's speaking to, and he's done it a few times. I just don't think he can take the cog dis,
Aye.
I used to work 9 to 5.
Come on, I hope
but
this
what
one
made me a
full of
millionaire
adverts.
was working a few minutes every day.
It is. I bet it is.
That lunar module spun around and reconnected. It was a better configuration for the relatively easy transit through empty space after the rigors of.
There you go, Ryan. Did you get it?
I found it. Of course I did.
Did you get it?
I will post it in the chat.
You found it?
Post it
Oh,
in
cool,
the
cool.
chat,
What you doing?
and then you can play it.
Okay, cool. So I'll play it
I
fast. I'll play
posted
it
it
fast
in
and
the
we'll carry
private
on with
chat,
this.
so you can.
Oh, in private chat. Okay, got you.
Yeah, it's up to
I
you.
got-
Yeah, what you want to do. Yeah, I just put it in there just in case, whatever.
I got you.
Just in
I'll
case,
share this
whatever.
tab instead.
And this is no. Well, I'm just
Let me
saying
share
this.
one.
I just put it in there because it was quicker. I pushed the button faster. That's all. I'm sorry. I didn't really have
Fine.
anything to do with anything else. I was
Yeah.
just making sound. It sound like it did.
So what? this is the right. So what is it? The computer. It's to do with the computer now.
This is an explanation to the people of the United States. Okay, right before they sent the LEM up there, before we went to the moon. This is them showing us what the computer looks like in the LEM. So this is going to be a demonstration of what the computer does, and it's laughable. It really is. Just wait. It's not very long, but it's quite funny.
It's 29 minutes.
It's not even as good at. Oh, is it? I'm sorry. Well, you know what I mean. Like,
minutes.
you know what I mean.
It's
though,
not that
right?
long.
It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long to. Well, you don't have to watch the very beginning, but there's a couple parts, like I forget exactly where it's at. I think it's like about 5 or 6 minutes in, but there's a part where they show you how they do the wiring of this actual module that they put in the LEM. It just shows it's like a little. It looks like a like a stove. It looks like like a range. You stand in front of a range. You know how it's only a certain height and whatever. It looks kind of like that, but it's got a screen on it. It kind of looks like something you would find in a Star Trek space. Like in a movie, right? And it's just like a little module, and it doesn't even have a seat in front of it. It's just a module that looks like you could sit in front of it. It's funny. It's so funny. Like,
let's watch
I don't know. You don't necessarily have to watch the whole thing, but we could skim through it, like watch it fast or something. And when we get to the parts that are funny, you'll see what I mean.
All right, cool. From the vault.
Now, Apollo being the Apollo mission.
I didn't think I
These test engineers are checking the collection.
At least they had dial-up in the 60s. I thought there might have been a ring dial. At least they got some buttons. I thought it might have been a telephone ring dial.
That's pretty good.
For Project Apollo.
Sorry, pause again, but just an observation. Don't you think, like, isn't it mad that when you hear people from the 60s and that, they've got the same accents and stuff as this, but they spoke totally differently. Language is completely. I mean, yes, we can understand.
Well, that was TV. That was TV speak, though. You know that.
TV speak. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Navigation system will be mounted in an Apollo spacecraft to aid our 3 astronauts on their voyage to the moon and return. The miniaturized computer at the very heart of this system is our story today on Science Reporter.
I just noticed something Norman put in from earlier. It's when
that music reminds me. That music, that reminds me of. It reminds me of the really bad music that was in what was that show? Not the Outer Limits, but the one before that. The one that.
The X-Files.
No. It was a series, a TV series where it was kind of like the Twilight Zone. It was kind of like the Twilight Zone, or Night Gallery. That's what I was thinking of. Night Gallery. It reminds me of the music, background music in the Night Gallery, because it was like a studio. You know what I'm saying? That did all the music for the show. Yeah, that's what it reminds.
Norman Cross says the Trinity of Traitors. He's on about Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, and Neil Armstrong. It's just I noticed he put it in there, but I didn't notice it at the time. Yeah, because I had a picture of them up there. Out.
Hello, I'm John Fitch, MIT Science Reporter. Today, we're at the MIT Instrumentation Laboratory, which has been given design responsibility for this guidance and navigation system, which will direct our Apollo spacecraft on the way to the moon and back. At one time, the direction of the rising sun, or perhaps the winding riverbed was all that man needed in his restless search for new land. Centuries later, the quadrant and the magnetic compass guided his way even across the open seas, even after familiar landmarks had long since disappeared. But today, we speak of traversing 1,000,000 miles of empty space, where there is no north or south, no rising nor setting sun, not even any up or down.
Exactly. No direction whatsoever, which is silly.
Yeah, think about that, what he said.
It's an extremely
That's
complicated...
because he knows how he smiles quite slightly. And that's the only time he really smiles is when he says some kind of duping, like, comment.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if
It's a
they must have
military
known
thing.
back then. Huh? Do you think the guys on they knew back then, these people talking it? But like I said, people were
Most
just as deceived back
definitely.
then. But obviously,
I bet you
people knew as
most people in the military knew about it, yeah.
Yeah.
task requiring many, many measurements and millions of calculations. As you can see from this Apollo flight plan, there are several critical maneuvers that have to be performed. After the Apollo spacecraft reaches its Earth orbit, it must be injected into a translunar trajectory at just the right place in time and space.
Technical terms, translunar trajectory.
They made these words up.
That's the Acme slingshot around the moon. That's the Roadrunner Acme
yeah, exactly. The Roadrunner and Coyote.
That's the one they use in
Well, he usually hits a wall of concrete somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Someone has compared it to shooting at a moving target from a revolving platform which is mounted on a train which is going around a curve. Then at the halfway point...
There's a lot more vectors than that. There's a lot more vectors than that.
Yeah, I was going to say, there might be more than that, yeah.
That's bad enough.
That's better enough, yeah. That's only 4 or 5, but...
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
Hi,
on
Roger.
their model, anyway, there's more vectors than that. Hiya, Roger. How you doing, man?
Hello, Roger.
Good to see you. Good to see you. It's always good to see these guys, man. Everybody's...
So,
I can't believe actually people, even this late for me, people are still coming in. It's good.
Along about here, the programmed course must be examined for errors and possibly a mid-course correction made. There are many other similar maneuvers.
even
To
though
learn about the
even though
guidance and
there's nothing to
navigation
push off of,
system, which will make this...
Even though there's nothing what? Yeah.
to
Yeah,
push off of. So you might be able to slingshot, you know, if let's say theoretically, if you could slingshot by somehow going around the outside of the inside of the dome and then slinging out somehow. Let's say you could do that.
Yeah.
I doubt highly that you'd be able to get back. I think you would, if space existed, you'd just keep going forever, right? You would never come back.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what's the guarantee that you're going to go towards the moon when you don't even know what vectors it's moving in, right? Like,
if you're moving, you're moving.
I don't know. I just can't imagine that at all.
If you're moving, you're moving. You've got no friction. You're moving. You just keep moving. Frictionless, remember? Frictionless.
Possible. We talked with Mr. Eldon Hall, Deputy Associate Director of the Instrumentation Lab.
Guidance and navigation system consists of...
You just got the notification now, Roger. That's like 20 minutes in or something, isn't it?
Notice
it's half an hour.
Notice the difference between the two guys. You've got the guy that's the reporter, right? Which has he's pretty well spoken, and then you've got the numbnuts, right? This guy is kind of like, you might compare him to the what's his name that always talking about chugga chugga and drinking coffee after he takes a dump or something in the space station or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? That this guy he compares to him, but not quite. But you'll see what I mean. Just watch. He's just some numpty. He probably doesn't know even anything about what's going on. You just got told what to say, probably. But what?
Right.
Two measurement elements, controls, the computer, and the
What, babe?
Who's Chugga Chugga?
Yes?
Who's Chugga Chugga?
Did you Sugar Chugga? That's that big boxer that used to.
Yeah, we could go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we lost that technology, and it's a painful process to build back.
To get it back.
I think at this point, I'm glad I don't.
Whatever numpty is. I'm saying this guy reminds me of Jim Pettit. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I thought it was Don Pettit.
Don Pettit, whatever.
So-
I have a
yeah.
cousin named Jan Pettit. That's what it is.
Yeah, is that why it is? We've changed his
Yeah,
name.
it
to Jim,
screws
by
me
the
up
way.
every time. It screws me up every time because I have a cousin named. So anyway,
No, we'll
sorry.
call that a Mandela effect. We'll call that a Mandela effect, innit? Hey, see Lightning, good to see you, man. Good to see you. That's funny. Vicky's like, who's Sugar? It sounds like a boxer, doesn't it? Old Sugar. Flat nose and cauliflower ears.
So we get up in the morning.
Shoulders.
Because
because
there's a scene. You don't
Flat
remember the
nose,
scene where
cauliflower ears, and hairy
he's talking
shoulders.
about how they go to the bathroom on the space station, and then it shows him flushing it, and then he says, then this system recycles the water, right? So he goes, then it goes chugga, and then you make yourself a cup of coffee, and he says that right out in the open, and everybody is like, what did he say? Like, like what? Like, gross, dude. Like, why bother even filtering it? Just drink your own third, Like, it's like, yeah.
Funny.
Somebody was telling me. Somebody seriously was telling me, "Oh no! It's actually true. You would have to recycle all your water, Ryan, if you were in space." I'm like, dude, give me a break, dude. No one goes to space.
Wow. Yeah. Not happening.
The inertial measurement unit, shown up here, but normally mounts back, consists of gyros and accelerometers that measure the angles and velocity of the spacecraft in this fashion. The spacecraft rotates, the inertial measurement unit holds the reference so that angles can be measured. The sextant is an instrument very similar to that used by the sailors to navigate on the surface of the Earth.
How about that?
Now, what kind of a problem might you have to solve?
I just heard that.
Most basic.
Then they do it. He uses
He says
sextant.
the sextant.
What, to go to
Yeah, there's a
space?
sextant in there. Yeah. Well, yeah. Don't you
Yeah,
know?
how
Back
does
in
it-
'69, we didn't know any other way to travel except for boats and in the ground. So
Yeah.
we would use a sextant. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'll use a sextant to go to space. Brilliant.
Although, according to some astronauts, the stars disappear when you get into space. So I don't know. Like, there's too many things. That just
That's the
don't
thing.
make any
Yeah.
sense.
How do they disappear?
Exactly. And they say because the way it's lit, the atmospheres, because there's no atmosphere. It's because of the atmosphere.
You want to know something that's really bad? I've seen a NASA video. Well, it wasn't necessarily a NASA video, but it was something that NASA put out, and it was a joke about how they made these astronauts all drink their own urine. They would basically urine and then they would drink it through a filter, so that they could reclaim the water, right? So supposedly you could do that. I wouldn't advise that, and I'm not saying that I would advise any of that, but that's literally and they literally showed videos of all these guys being tested, and they were doing it, and they were like spitting it. It was so funny, bro. I was laughing my butt off, bro. It was just like tape after tape of like guy after guy, and they were like, some of them just dropped out of the whole thing because they didn't want to drink their own pee.
You don't watch the news, do you, babe?
No, I won't watch the news. I won't watch the news.
In
Yeah.
Devon.
I'm not advising you watch it. I'm just saying it exists.
Go on, babe.
In Devon, there's something wrong with the water, like there's poo or something in it, like the drinking water. They found like 40 odd different bacterias in the drinking water.
Nasty.
So
That's nasty.
we're talking about drinking your own waste. Literally, people are.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And having to pay for that. Do you know what I mean?
Lightning said, Mikey Subs went up after he did his activism. That's excellent, man. He deserves it. He deserves it. He's always out there, man. And the thing is, Mikey, do you know what I mean? He's out there doing this, and not a lot of people are out there doing what he's doing. And he is putting himself in danger in a way, because a lot of people get so defensive and so, do you know what I mean, het up over globe and heliocentrism. Do you know what I mean? So
I was watching him.
Mikey's not scared. You can tell he's not scared. He goes for it, but you know what I mean. He's still a dangerous thing. It's still a dangerous thing.
You know what though? The trolls are nasty.
Yeah, of course. But these aren't necessarily trolls. These are people that are
I'm on
in
about
nightclubs
in
and stuff.
Chat as well.
Yeah.
The other day I was watching, and when he was live, and I saw See Lightning,
Mm.
and I seen
How
Moxie
come I don't
go
get bothered by it?
in the chat. I seen
Yeah.
Moxie go in the chat, and See Lightning was like, "Yeah, nah, Moxie, you're a troll," and booted him.
Moxie
And
is
I
a
was
troll.
like, and I don't like Moxie. Moxie's
No.
Oh, you don't?
he's
thought it
I
was-
can't stand him.
I thought he
Mm.
was like a long-time viewer and all that.
I don't
Well,
care.
he was, but Moxie's like one of them.
Well,
He's
I
cool
mean,
with
you know, like-
until all the Globers come in, chat, and then he's like, he talks to them and he starts taking the piss out of you with them. Now, Moxie used to say to me, "Oh, PG was weak for me to love," and I used to like leave him because of that. But no, at the end of it, if he's trolling, he's trolling. He has
Do
to
you know
troll.
what it is?
Mm.
For me, because whenever I'd have an argument with a baller in chat or anything, and he'd, as soon as he knew there was something going on, he'd put like, "Oh, they're such a nice person," or "lol"
I know.
and that. And one day I'd had enough. I'd had enough of him being a little bitch, putting "lol" in chat. Like, say what you gotta say, or get gone. And
I say it.
and he kept
I
doing
say
it.
it all the time.
And not
Yeah,
no,
but it
no,
doesn't
but
bug you
Ryan,
from her.
lot.
It doesn't bug her from you. It bugs her from Moxie.
I usually use, but I do mix them up with emojis though. I'll admit that I do because
No,
I get
he
tired
would
of typing
literally
damn
just
letters.
put "lol" like a
I know.
little bitch. And one day I
Yeah.
was like, "You're a little bitch." Like I literally told him he's a little bitch, and then I banned him.
Yeah.
And I'll keep banning him because he's a troll. And that's, you think the mentality of these people. These people sit there day in and day out and do nothing but create accounts to get to all of us.
Yeah, I don't get it
Like,
myself. I don't
think
get
of
it
that
myself.
mentality. Like, they
I mean,
don't
look at
do
me. I've
anything
got 137 subs. You can see it there, right? Flats is on like 3,000. There's people that's on more. Like they go to the person. Like they can't get to that person. They go to Flats. They can't get to Flats anymore. They go to Michael. They can't get Michael anymore. They come to me. They just go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you've got 2 subs. They've got to come to you. You know what I mean?
They
Even though
can't
you've got a
get
couple of
me.
videos with 2 subs. Yeah, I know because you've got your comments off.
I tell my comments, and I think like some of them have subbed to me, waiting to see when my comments come on, and I can tell them right now that
They
will
won't.
never effing happen. I see
Yeah, but
enough
your
trolls.
effins. What's the effins for?
I said effins.
It still means the same thing.
Didn't say that though.
No,
It'll
but it
never
still means it.
happen. I see enough
Effins?
troll opinions on all of the
What's that?
channels. I'm
Mhm.
not going to be having them on mine. I
Darn
said
it! That
effing.
means I'm not
I don't
allowed.
blame you, babe. I don't blame you.
Effing.
Oh no, Ryan trolls are allowed. All Ryan trolls are allowed. Obviously. You know what I mean?
No,
No,
what's
they're
that? What's that
not.
about? That's not fair. That's
No,
not fair.
no, they're not. You come in any chat trolling
No.
I
Ryan and I
troll
will
everybody.
ban you.
No, I do. I troll everybody.
but
I
no
do.
one's allowed to troll
Do I
me.
not make fun of everybody on the show?
Yeah, but
Oh yeah,
You can
that's
troll
everyone
me.
different.
I don't care.
That's different. That's different,
No,
dude.
I'm on
That's
about
just,
Yeah,
horrible
that's different.
trolls. Nuh-uh.
you get your good trolls like Shrek, don't you? I mean, that kind
No.
of troll. I mean, is he not an ogre? Is there a difference between an ogre and a troll?
I have
don't know.
no idea,
Yes.
but
Ogres live in the ground and trolls live under bridges. That's what it is. That's the difference.
didn't Billy Goat's Gruff?
The hell?
What was that?
Billy Gruff, yeah, that had a troll in
Yeah.
it. That was about
Oh.
that was about a troll living under a bridge, wasn't it? Wasn't it,
I like Captain
Aye.
better.
babe? Right, I'll get on with this one.
Problem is determine the position at any point in time. And that can be illustrated in these charts. The sextant shown here represents the spacecraft. And to determine the position, an angle must be measured between a point on the Earth and the star. And you can see that as you move away from the Earth, this angle would narrow down, thus giving the distance between the Earth and the spacecraft. The astronaut first positions the spacecraft so that a point on the Earth, a landmark, is visible through the sextant.
Wow.
Then he positions the sextant angle so that
That's a tuning fork, not a sextant. I'm joking. It looks like a tuning fork, doesn't it? That. I'm joking. Like, but,
actually, it looks like
yeah,
an eyepiece.
it looks like
an optic,
cardboard.
but I don't.
It does, yeah. It does.
But
Wow! Look at this, man. This is crazy. Yes.
I think we're gonna
Yes?
have to go. My head's
Why?
killing. Because my head's
Oh,
killing.
if you want, well, go then, babe. If you can't do it, it's fine. Don't worry. I'm not going to be on all night. I'm just going to do an hour and a half or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, babe. If you can't do it, it's fine. Don't worry. You okay?
I
All right, get going then.
Gotta go,
Go
you
and get
gotta
some
go.
sleep.
Love
Go, you
you.
go. Love you too.
See
Take
you
care,
all
baby.
later.
I'll talk to you in the morning, babe.
Right, love you.
Love you too. Bye, bye, baby.
Bye. Bye.
And then there were two. Yeah, no, Vicky did
I might
say
cut
before
out.
she
I
came
might
on,
cut in and out, but I'll still be with you. I'll still reconnect it whenever I can.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm going to
Yeah,
my
no
daughter to school. So
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Cool. Right, let's get back to this. Yeah, Vicky said she wasn't. She did have a sore head before she started. I didn't think she'd be able to do the whole thing. Well, like I said, I'm not doing all night anyway. I think I'm going to try and do another. What was it now? I've been on nearly. Wow, I can't believe I've been on nearly an hour already. 50 minutes.
the star is superimposed upon this landmark.
What kind of a landmark might he see?
This one is San Francisco Bay, as you can see here. However, the Great Lakes or Cuba or Cape Cod or the tip of Florida, any of these points make suitable landmarks.
And then through some system of mirrors, you actually superimpose the star on that.
That's right. The mirrors inside the sextant will bring the star within the field of view so that he can superimpose it on the landmark.
Isn't that's a sextant? It looks like a stage
you hear
light.
what they're saying?
It looks
They're
like
going to use
lights
a
that we used to
mirror,
use in the theater.
superimpose the stars
Right.
in the sky in through
Yeah.
the electronics and the circuits and read it somehow. And they don't explain how that's done, but obviously that's crap, and you know it, right?
Aye. How you doing, Al?
Literally just come on.
You okay, Al?
Hiya.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
What we're watching?
It's a MIT science
for the
reporter.
Apollo mission.
Computer for the Apollo mission 1965. But I was watching another video, but I'll go back to after this one. We're just kind of going through this one. But it's it's quite interesting to see the computer for the old Apollo mission, what they used, and they can now fit in like a little microchip or in a mobile phone or whatever. Totally different types of computers, aren't they? Totally different types.
I get you.
Now, how is this angle actually measured?
It's done automatically by the computer. The astronaut must first identify to the computer the star and the landmark that he's planning to use. Then, as he's positioning the spacecraft and the sextant, the computer is measuring the angles between the two. When the astronaut is satisfied that the star is superimposed upon the landmark.
Does that not look like a fold-up mobile phone?
That's right.
A flip phone. There's your that's your PlayStation. It's your PlayStation down there. Then you've got a couple of disk drives here. A timer. You've got a timer down here. You got a block of cheese here. It might be butter. I don't know. And then you move your angles and all that. And this is this the satellite? Is this a satellite?
There's got to be a cover there.
Wow.
Racing gloves too.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Injured landmark. Wow, this looks accurate. Maybe.
He pushes the mark button,
Oh,
telling the computer to record
the
these
PlayStation.
angles and the time of the measurement. From that information, the computer can compute the position of the spacecraft in space.
Well, now that you know the position, what can you do about it if it isn't?
Exactly, Glenn. They should have a cup of coffee there as well. They always did in the 50s and 60s. They had a cup of coffee in the hand, didn't they? Absolutely.
Right.
Have a cup of coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They always had the same horn-rimmed glasses and that, didn't they? They've both got horn-rimmed glasses. They need the coffee. They've got the tightly tied tie around the neck. You know what I mean? Like strangling them, little with a little knot. must be strangling that one. Definitely, it must be hard to breathe through that. You know, I'd see my ties if I have a tie on, they're loose. Top button's open and the tie's loose. I don't care where I'm at. If I have to wear a tie, it has to be loose. Just think about it. Ties are only really invented to cover buttons, aren't they? I think that's what they're for, just to cover your buttons, isn't it?
Yes, it's to look formal, so you don't look like a slob.
Yeah, I think buttons are cooler than ties. Buttons are cooler than ties. Bow ties are cool, though.
Depends,
That's what Matt Smith said in as Doctor Who. Bow ties are cool. Which they were. When he wore them, they were. But Doctor Who now is terrible. It's terrible. It's so woke. It's unbelievable. Shooty Gatwa.
What, Doctor Who?
Oh,
What's bad
Doctor
about
Who.
it?
I'm so gutted about Doctor Who. I still watch it because it's Doctor Who, but he's bi-generated now. He isn't regenerated, so it's two doctors. It's ridiculous. There's Mavity instead of Gravity. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Mavity.
Doctor Who is then Mavity, and
What is
Sir
that?
Isaac Newton. Mavity is Gravity. They went back and they landed near Sir Isaac Newton and scared him, and they gave him the idea for Mavity instead of Gravity, sort of thing. And he wasn't a white guy. He was an Asian guy. Sir Isaac Newton was Asian on Doctor Who, the new Doctor Who.
Wow.
It's crazy, guys. It's crazy.
That's probably
It's
the
just
truth right there.
It's all woke. It's all about transsexuals. It's just woke. It's just woke, and it's awful. It's awful now. But I watch it just because it's Doctor Who, and I just can't believe it. Shooty Gatwa, right? Fair enough. Shooty Gatwa is Scottish, black, gay, and he's gay. Well, he's come out as queer, not gay. He's come out as queer, so you don't have to say I'm gay or whatever. He's just queer. He doesn't have to justify anything. But fair enough. He's that. Fine, whatever. But why bring that into your character? Why? Doctor Who's character is not that. Yes, Doctor Who's got different types of personalities with every time he changes, but he's never ever that. He's never out going chasing boys in nightclubs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? If anything, he's asexual. If anything, Doctor Who's asexual. You know what I mean? But now, Shooty Gatwa he had the I don't know, potential to be a good Doctor Who, but no, he's just brought himself into the character. And that's what Russell T Davies wanted, because he's gay as well. You know what I mean? It's just all woke and it's terrible. But
Well,
you know
I mean, I don't watch Doctor Who, so
but I mean, I'm an old Doctor Who. I prefer the old Doctor Who's. I liked New Who when it came out, but now, like I say, since Jodie Whittaker, since the female Doctor Who, didn't have a problem with female Doctor Who, but they just portrayed her in a lesbian type role. And then David Tennant, the Scottish Doctor, came back. Obviously he's not Scottish in it. That was Peter Capaldi. But they made it when he came back from 10th Doctor to 14th Doctor for a couple of episodes. They made him gay as well when he wasn't gay before. You know what I mean? They made him. I'm like, wow. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And then now it's Shooty Gatwa. Who's he's no doctor. He's no doctor. But he had the potential to be a good actor, I suppose. But it's just like say he brought himself into the Doctor. But nobody knows about Doctor Who. And then everybody thinks I'm talking
right.
so I'll just get on with it.
Did you see Norman in the chat? He's right.
The computer.
Say it again. Oh, sorry, Ryan. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry, I didn't realize I was on the other page. Sometimes I'm on the other page and I don't see who's trying to get in. But if I don't see you, just make a fuss.
Oh, I'm not mad. I don't get mad. I figured that's probably what it is. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Let's go.
And
At least I
position
can hear
the
the
spacecraft,
show
turn on
whining.
the motors, and
Yeah, exactly.
steer it, and shut the motors off.
So you'll be coasting on a new and corrected path.
That's right.
To see the Apollo guidance and navigation system in operation, we visited the systems test laboratory and talked with Mr. Ramon Alonso, Assistant Director of the Instrumentation Laboratory.
One of the interesting aspects of the guidance system is the way in which the astronaut controls the guidance equipment through the computer. And he does so by means of the display and keyboard, which is a subsystem. There are two instances of the display and keyboard. One is with the rest of the navigation equipment in the lower equipment bay, and the other is near the couches where the astronauts can operate the computer without leaving their couches.
Wow.
The system of code
Without leaving their
used
couches.
is reasonably simple. It consists of a numeric verb and a numerical noun.
These are little
Without leaving their couches. And they shouldn't be on the couch, should they? Should be working, doing their job.
sentences
What if
made
they're
of
wearing a
numbers.
spacesuit?
Essentially,
How are you going to sit down in a spacesuit? And they're huge. Have you seen them? They're like the size of a small, like the car that I'm driving right now. That spacesuit. I don't think you can get that spacesuit in this car, dude. And this car has a lot of space. But I guarantee you wouldn't fit that. That suit is supposedly huge because it has to protect you from the vacuum of space. Remember?
Exactly,
right,
dude. Exactly. So why are you sitting there? Yeah, Barry, exactly. So unnecessary. I never needed to know what preference doctor got. Exactly. I mean, he might have fell in love with Rose back in the day, but he still seemed to remain asexual. He never did anything about it as such. He was in love with her, but he didn't do anything about it. He kind of kept neutral. He's kind of neutral in that way. I see him as asexual. Yes, he's been married and stuff like that, but his general character is just, it's neutral, isn't it? He doesn't seem to be inclined either or. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just see him that way. Have I ever watched Danger Mouse? Yeah, of course I've watched Danger Mouse, Roger. Definitely. Danger Mouse and Penfold. Yeah, the little hamster and the mouse, and they live in a post box. Yeah, of course. Danger Mouse. He's amazing, Danger Mouse.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, Danger
Wherever there's
Mouse.
danger, he'll be there.
Yeah,
I used to know that whole
absolutely.
thing by heart.
Does anyone remember
Renfield.
Batfink?
Renfield, come here.
Yeah. What about Batfink? My wings are like a shield of steel.
Yeah. The Danger Mouse
But your
was
head
really
is
cool
like a
cartoon. It was like the
marshmallow.
most adult cartoon you could possibly like have. At least it seemed that way, because
Yeah.
there was so many like adult overtones to it. But it would it was still just a cartoon.
Yeah.
Kind of like Inspector Gadget. There was a lot of sexual overtones in Inspector Gadget that I didn't catch when I was a kid, but I've seen it recently. A couple of scenes from it, and I'm like, what the heck? Really? Like, I didn't notice. Like, he's always making comments about Penny and something. There's always somebody in the show making comments about the girl and everything.
Absolutely. Now, if you watch that, I mean, when it comes to sexual stuff, if you watch that Ren and Stimpy, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean,
Stimpy's just bold and outright. There's no hiding, right? Yeah.
No, exactly. He's actually wearing
I don't have a problem with that. At least I know what I'm getting myself into, right?
Yeah, no, but kids are watching, isn't they? I'm just saying he's actually wearing like a saw strap on, and Stimpy has got a log bent over on his butt, and he's sawing the saw. He's sawing the log with his strap on saw, like moving his hips.
They banned that episode, by the way.
It's
they had to ban that episode. And then there's the one where the military guy kidnaps him and takes him home and like coaches him or something. It's like really creepy.
It's mad. Hey, Dylan Heaven, how you doing, man? How you doing?
But you know what? Still, as a kid, especially, that was hilarious. Yeah, I still laugh when I watch that. I'm not saying that it's something I'd watch show my kids, but I'm just saying I still thought it was quite funny. But I knew what it meant. Like I didn't. It wasn't a joke. Like it wasn't like I didn't know. Like like I told you before.
But
I got abused,
things like
so I knew about things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I understood the joke.
But even with things like Donald Duck, if you look back at some of Donald Duck, and there's one where you see him, he's got something on the wall, and it's got the Mason symbology there. It's got the compass and the set square and the eye in that. And one of them actually says Illuminati in it, Illuminati somewhere in it as well. It's just
every Disney movie has an Illuminati thing.
It's blatant. I mean, even in the Disney, they've got phallical looking things, and of course I mean, look, and the Rescuer, was it the Rescuers? Where in the background there's actual real porn in one of the windows. It's a cartoon. It was real porn.
It was a digitized picture of a woman naked, but that was all it was. You couldn't really see it very well. I don't even think even if a kid would have been looking for it, I don't think he would have saw it. But
but that's the thing.
That's
the thing. It's still there. That's the thing, though. It's subliminal, isn't it? You don't know you saw it.
But that was one of the scenes that they showed on every commercial for it too. That's the funny part. Right. Like that was one of the scenes, like where the boat scene was being chased. Yeah.
And if that's not intentional,
I did see that. I think I have an original copy of that. I think I have the recipe. It's still unopened too. It's VHS. it's the copy that.
My coffee's gone cold now. Right, let's get back on
there,
this.
right? I'm going to analyze it. It said, all right, go.
Ryan, you're breaking up a little bit. Speak again.
I said, go.
Ryan. Right, Coco.
An example of it might be a verb 16, which is continuous
Sorry, I'm just going to nip to the toilet, so I'll just leave this running while I nip to the toilet.
display in decimal, and a noun, which is time. I picked these. I know it worked. I've now told the computer what I want, but I have not yet told it to go ahead and do what I want. When I press enter, the computer proceeds to display time, and it does so, giving me times from launch, perhaps, in hours and hundreds of hours, 98.56 hours from launch. And it also gives me a fine view of the low order part of the time in seconds and hundreds of seconds. That is useful occasionally.
I should think it's around launch time. That'd be interesting.
Yes. The computer will continue to display that information until told otherwise. And it's told otherwise by another verb. In this case, the verb is terminate. 34. It's now forgotten that command. Another example of the use of the computer might be to position the optics. Now, that is something that can be done manually and usually would be, but it affords us a good view as to how the computer is operated. The optics are now pointing in a certain direction, and I want to change that direction to another target. And I will invoke a verb, which is point, verb 41, and a noun, which is optics, noun 55.
Point the telescope.
Like I say, look, push buttons. Foamy rubber ones as well, not dial-a-tone, not dial-up, I mean. Oh, good, man. They're really
no, and
advanced
no
back then.
tapes running back and forth.
And no cassette tapes. But in that video I've got, those cassette tapey ones.
Point the telescope. When I press enter, the computer then proceeds to request the angle to which I wish the optics pointed.
Well, the numbers have changed, and now they're flashing, aren't they?
That's right.
No, the guy that made it, though, must have been steaming drunk. I mean, they're not exactly straight up. They're all over the place. I'm only joking. I know they've just been a bit of wear and tear, you know. Bit of wear and tear, they've been twisted up a bit.
The flashing indicates that action is requested of the operator, and the verb and nouns have changed to tell the operator what it is that is expected of it. Verb 21 is load the first component, first angle. And noun 57, it used to be 55, is the angle. 55 was...
Oh, hi, Mikey. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. So you got a tablet holder. Excellent, dude. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. Now, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. And it's good to see you. Like I say, links at the top if anybody wants to come in.
Telescope, and 57 is the angle which the telescope makes. In this case, the angle I want is 180 degrees. And I enter that, and now it asks for the second angle.
22.
Second angle is plus 325. Now, when I press enter, the camera, which will come close to the eyepiece, will see the telescope slew and point to another target. As you can see, the crosshairs were lined up on the edge of the rightmost of the two targets. The computer is now driving the up.
See, Ryan's disappeared again. He must be getting kicked in and out. I'm sure he'll be back.
Telescope with relation to the spacecraft, and it's aligning it on the rightmost of this pair of targets. And there you can see the crosshairs right in the middle of the target.
Oh, yeah, logical observations. Good to see you as well. Good to see you. I see there's two people in there without spanners. Hold on. Dylan one. Add as moderator. See, if I give everyone that's cool, and yeah, spanners, wrenches, whatever you want to call them, spanners where I'm from, logical observations you as well. Because I don't really get many trolls in here, but if I do, then you've all got one to deal with them if need be. It's just so everybody's the same as well. So, like, I know there's no kind of point in everybody having a spanner, so you can't do anything each of that. But, like I said, there's no trolls. But if there's any trolls do come in, then you're all quick to deal with if need be. But, yeah, I'm sure I'll just give you one. Yeah. Yeah, so I've given Logical and Dylan. Sure I did. Let me just see. Yeah, you're both moderators. Cool. I bet Ryan's trying to get back in. No, not yet. Not yet. Where you going, Ryan?
Suppose now that we had done the optical sighting by hand rather than by the computer, and that we wanted to inform the computer that we are on target. This is part of the procedure that is done when star sights are made, as Mr. Eldon Hall mentioned previously. That is done by means of a mark button, which is located in the lower equipment bay. When the telescope is on target, the astronaut presses the mark button, and the computer changes the display to display, that's the verb, mark information, number 56. And what it displays are the two angles.
No probs, darling, no probs. Like I say, it's just so everybody's equal, and if there's any trolls do come in, then you're equipped.
That the telescope is making and the time at which that measurement was made. Notice that these angles are very close to the ones that were commanded originally in our earlier efforts. This information is part of what is necessary for the computer to then estimate the present position and velocity of the spacecraft, to estimate what the velocity correction is that ought to be performed, and then to execute that velocity correction.
To learn more about the remarkable little computer at the heart of the
I'm glad he said to execute the problem, not to just to execute, you know. You don't want mad machines, computers killing you, you know. We'll get enough with that. AI come in.
The guidance and navigation system, we talked with Mr. Albert Hopkins, Assistant Director of the Instrumentation Laboratory.
This computer is similar to its ground-based.
I knew you'd be back. You good?
Yeah, I had to make a phone call, sir.
No problems.
Big brothers that are dominating our lives so much today, in that it's fundamentally a high-speed adding machine with the additional features of having a...
Hey, see you later again. I didn't know you'd gone, to be honest. I thought you were still there. Sorry, I'm joking.
memory into which it can write results and from which it can take data, very much as an accountant.
Exactly, Roger. Great to have you back. It's always great to have you, Lightning. It's great to have you all here, man.
Isn't that why you texted it tomorrow?
Sorry?
Nothing. My daughter's in the background.
Oh, sorry, dude. I thought it was you saying something. Wow. I actually thought it was you. See your daughter and you must sound like.
Has his ledger. And it also, it has a self-contained list of instructions, analogous to an accountant's training, so that this tells the computer what to do.
I wouldn't give him a spanner, to be honest. He's a Glober, dude. I don't give any Glober spanners, to be honest. I never have. Not that they're all bad, but it's just in case. You know what I mean? The potential anti-flat earthers, potential flat earthers as well, but potential for anti-flat earthers. So unless I know they're on our kind of team, you know what I mean? Not that we're a creed or anything like that, then have you not got a spanner, Norman? No way. I am slacking.
You could be related to Pettit.
Sorry, Norman. I didn't know you didn't have one. Wow. Unbelievable. There you go, dude. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
In sequence. If we look over here, I can show you more about how the computer operates. The adding machine of this computer is a high-speed arithmetic unit, which...
Yeah, Brent Douche definitely won't get one. That's for sure. Yeah, no, honestly, I know of. I haven't got any Glober or anti-flat earther moderators at all on that. Just the only ones I know that's on my team.
Carries out the fundamental arithmetic processes. All of the complex operations that we've seen today can be broken down into long lists of arithmetic.
Arithmetic? I thought it was arithmetic.
The arithmetic unit receives its data from a memory divided into two sections, and it puts its results back into the erasable portion of that memory. This is the portion which is similar to the accountant's ledger.
What is the fixed memory?
The fixed memory is unique to the space age. It is a memory which cannot be written into by the arithmetic unit, and it contains...
Do you know something? I'm a good speller in general, but I always thought it was arithmetic. No, because of like mathematics. I didn't think it was arithmetic. I thought it was arithmetic, and it really is. It's arithmetic. It's got an E. It's maybe because I don't spell it. I don't write the word much. I just say maths now. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched a bit of subs last night when Luke's got kicked off. Or just look, I think Sub got pissed off with like the Goldbuzz and all that. Anti-flat earthers in his chat saying, "If you believe this, then you're just stupid." You know what I mean? You've all got like some kind of mental deficiency. You know what I mean? And Luke was like, "Oh, do you want me to go?" And he says, "Well, you're getting close to it. Do you believe this certain thing?" I think something about the universe being contained, and he said yes. And he's like, "You're off as well," and he just kicked him straight off. Funny, so it was so funny, man. But I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He went off Flatches because he was annoying everybody. Now he's okay. Luke's is okay, and I understand. My son's got autism. Luke's ain't in the same spectrum as my son. Like my son's a lot worse. But I understand. But at the end of the day, he concedes to stuff and then doubles down on what he was saying before. Concedes, double down, and he just seems like he's trolling when he comes in. He's never like insulting or anything like that. He doesn't call you names, like a lot of anti-flat earthers do. But he comes in with the rhetoric all the time and thinks he's got to change your mind when it's no. We're telling you this. You're not going to change our mind. And I think he comes in with that kind of attitude, thinking, well, if I come in with more Google proof or more FTFE or McToon proof, then they'll maybe start listening. But no, he comes in before Flats goes on a lot of the times. But he's just not allowed to come on the show. He comes on for like 10 minutes before we go on. Sometimes that goes beforehand. But yeah, he's persistent. I understand. You know what I mean? I'm having that condition that. Absolutely, especially when my son got it. But you can't use that as an excuse for trolling. You know what I mean? Basically, because we're telling you what's going on. You're not telling us. It's simple as that. And I don't blame Soft for doing that at all. And it was funny how he did it. You know, well, funny.
Information which must last the entire mission. It's here for safety. This contains
location of stars and things you wouldn't want to forget.
That's right. This contains a list of instructions.
I just seen that chilling. You can't give a spanner to a globe when they're already a tool. Absolutely, man. Proper spoons, man.
They're fed one at a time to the sequence generator, which generates all of the controls necessary to operate the entire computer. Input data, which comes from the angle measuring devices that we saw earlier, or the keyboard, comes in through input conditioning circuits and is available in the erasable memory. The arithmetic unit can operate upon this input data and compute results designed to be...
What are you on about archaic and disproven, Dylan? Are you on about what it says when you type in for flat earth? Or are you on about this here, what we're watching? Because, yeah, obviously. But, yeah, when you type in flat earth and you get the archaic thing, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Stupid. I remember when it happened because I went away for like 6 months. Like after I became a flat earther and that, there was a period where I just disappeared off YouTube and all. I didn't watch anything flat earth and that. Still a flat earther. I just didn't watch anything for about 6, 7, 8 months maybe. And then I come back and could not find anything. Couldn't. And I was like, it was only one day I came across Ranty's live stream, and I didn't even know people live streamed flat earth back then. This was in 2019 when I come back to it and properly, and seeing that there was live streaming that, and I used to go into Ranty's, and then it turned into Brandon's, and I became a moderator there. And then when I came to Flats, I started going on the actual being part of the panel, you know, and then this now. So like I say, I don't often talk about flat earth because I do it every night in Flats. I sometimes, like I say, a couple of videos here and there, and now and again at the start of a stream or whatever. But I don't go in depth like Flats because we do it every night. So when I do something, it's just something a little bit different. You know, we do it every day. So I don't see the point in me live streaming it when we do it every night at Flats, you know.
You should do more streams like the one that you do with Sam Harris.
I was going to do that, but that wasn't a live. I should do a live stream on that. That was a reaction between me and Vicky. Definitely. I was going to look for some stuff. But I never knew he was even a person. I never even knew he was a person that was well known until you guys said. When I just
Oh,
came
really?
across him, and I decided to do a reaction. But I should do a live on him sometimes, definitely.
I like.
I
He's
think
one of the like classic new atheists.
right.
So there's
right.
there's like four like the main guys nowadays,
Yeah.
and he's one of them. But I don't know, like he's kind of old, so like you might want to find newer material than just him. But like they all have the same arguments.
Surely he's got predecessors and that, you know. I mean, people that follow him. So I'm sure I can get.
I know, like he definitely does. It's just that there's a lot more, and also he tends to just say the same things. So once you've watched one video, you've watched them all.
Aye, got you.
You know, like if that makes sense.
Dylan, I already know the Earth's flat as well. I don't. It's not a belief, and I make that mistake all the time. Do you believe the Earth's flat? Yes, I believe the Earth's flat, but it's not a belief. It's knowledge now. It's knowing, so it's knowledge.
It's fact.
It's just definitely. It's just knowledge. It's just like there's no way you could persuade me. There's no way you could persuade me. The only way that you could ever be persuaded is to actually be physically taken out of this frame of reference into outer space and show me the globe. That's it. You know what I mean? And that's never going to happen because it's impossible. You know what I mean? So there's no point even thinking that. But that's what it would take. That was what it would take. Or God to literally come to me and say, look, you're an idiot. It's not flat. It's a globe. I made it a globe. And what I said in Genesis might sound like a flat earth, but it's a globe. That's not going to happen either, is it? Because we know. You know what I mean? So yeah, I should get out of the habit of saying believe. I can hear his dog. Funny.
Erasable memory.
No, but I agree with you. Definitely, I should do more on that Sam Harris, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like I said, it was just by chance I came across him, and I asked Vicky if she wanted to do a little, like 20-minute, 30-minute stream on it. Video on it, and she said, "I go for it." So we did it, and then you've in flat said like, yeah, you liked it, but there was a few bits I missed out on. I was definitely a few bits I missed, but I was trying to get it done before. I was trying to get it done within 30 minutes so I could get it into my editing. I use Canva, and it won't let me download something that's longer than 30 minutes. So I was trying to keep it to 30 minutes. Unless I become a subscriber, you know what I mean, to it, but I'm not.
Where they are sent through output conditioning circuits out to other instruments which need this data, such as, for instance, the displays or perhaps a rocket motor.
When you say this computer is very much like land-based computers, and yet I think of them as occupying whole bays of equipment. You've got all this squeezed into a little box. How did you do that?
Miniaturizing a computer like this requires a judicious...
Well, you should see the size of the boxes they got them in nowadays. Wow.
Choice among many quantities. It's first necessary to minimize the number of circuits which you use. It's necessary to minimize the size of the components which you use, and it's necessary to package them as tightly as possible. Now, this must not be carried too far. If it's carried too far, it can endanger the reliability of the computer, so that a compromise must be sought.
Now, what kinds of circuits are involved?
In the memory, and also in the power supplies and in the input-output of the computer, conventional components are used.
You never said that you were on a mod either. I thought I modded you already, El.
This time of year.
I thought I already modded you, man.
I think you did me, but I don't know about everybody else.
No, yeah, you're a mod, definitely. But I thought El was a mod, but I've just seen him in chat there, and he's not. Chocolate.
The exception of the fixed memory, piece of which we see here. This fixed memory is actually composed of magnetic cores with wires woven in and out, sewn in with a pattern, where the information here is in the pattern of the sewing. The remainder of the computer, the arithmetic unit, the sequence generator, the so-called connective tissue, the logic section, so-called, of the computer, is made up of a single type of unit. This is a microcircuit gate. 4,300 of these are used in the computer to make up this entire segment. These are packaged together tightly. They fit in a fairly small space and are interconnected in separate
I think Austin's a good debater, definitely. I don't think he's not where he goes, he's word salad like a lot of people say. I just think it's the way he talks. He talks fast, he gets a lot of words out, but the words he says make sense to me. I mean, if you string it together and actually listen, see what they mean, look at what they mean, yeah, they make sense. Sometimes it's hard to understand them because he does use a lot of technical terms. I get it, but not word salad. There's a few things I don't agree with him on, but debating wise, definitely, I think he's an excellent debater without a doubt. No doubt. Like I say, I definitely disagree with him on a few things, though. But debate-wise, excellent. Still got guys, yeah, cool. Cool.
Modules in one side of the computer.
The Apollo computers are manufactured by the Raytheon Company in Waltham, Massachusetts. The computer itself consists of...
I do like how Jaron set up the new debate thing with the buzz on that. It is good. There's a few things, obviously, I don't agree with Jaron on, especially when it comes to Jesus and that, without a doubt. But yeah, the way he's done his debatism is really, really good. I think it frustrates the anti-flat earthers as well. Sorry, got wind. I think it frustrates anti-flat earthers definitely that go that debate, especially when they use up the two lives and they're like, you know what I mean, using up each other's. If they could use up the next man's lives, they would, guaranteed. It's funny.
Of two trays, one containing logic modules, the other memory modules.
Wow.
To learn how these modules are put together, we talked with Mr. Jack Poundstone, Raytheon's Apollo engineering manager.
They're big, massive fuses, like electric fuses, breakers of some sort, aren't they? That's probably like equivalent to our little SD card. I don't know what this thing is, though.
In this room, John, we run all of the electrical components through a screening and burn-in process. You know, there are over 30,000 parts that go together to make this machine. Now, every part is put through an electrical test and then a series of environmental stresses. Now, as an example, this girl is placing the micrologic units into a fixture that will be used in this centrifuge. Here the fixture is spun at a very high speed and 20,000 Gs of force is placed on each component.
That's a lot more than it will ever experience, isn't
Yes,
it?
that's true, but we put more forces on, more stresses than we really expect to ensure the high reliability.
Sure, this is really sort of a torture chamber.
That's right. In addition, we run all the parts
take the
to a leak
insulation out the
test,
wire.
make sure there's no leaks in the can.
You saying something? Ryan? No?
Yeah, I said this is we getting to the part where they're going to tell you about the wires being uninsulated.
Oh yeah, the welded wires. Cool. Let me get that now.
The part is put into a high-pressure helium tank, and if there is a leak, the helium will be forced into the can. Then we put it in a vacuum chamber and evacuate and test for the amount of helium coming out. In the final phase of the screening and burn-in process, the girl puts the parts, as she's doing here, into a test socket. Then those parts are placed on this burn-in rack. Here they will be operated for almost a week at a over voltage stress condition.
You actually are operating them.
Yes, we're operating the parts. Now, any failure, any significant failure...
It looks like a blooming telephone exchange. The old-fashioned telephone exchange with operators and that plugging the thing in that. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like old school solid state memory cards. It looks like to me, like 60 memory cards.
Memory cards, wow. Imagine sticking that in your phone.
Failures of any art test is cause for rejection of the...
One of them might get half a line of just drawing on it, you know what I mean?
Entire lot of 5,000 parts. After we've ensured that we have good components, then we want to make a module. Now, the little cans here are placed in these holes in a component holder. Then we take a matrix, which is a complex wiring pattern. It's placed on the back, and the wires are folded over and welded to.
That word's quite old then, matrix. I thought it was quite a new word, but it must be quite old then if they're using it here. I mean, I know I don't mean to think of it just because of the movie.
They had
obviously,
circuit boards
I know
in
it's
the
older than
60s,
that.
guys. I don't know why
Yeah,
they
of
would use
course,
this.
of
I think
course.
they made this was just to show off and make it look like it was some kind of high tech thing. It's not. You wouldn't use
Yeah,
this kind of wiring.
yeah.
If you were in some kind of G-forces
No,
like 17,000 miles per hour and you slowed down a little bit, those wires would bend and touch each other and you short the whole thing out.
of course they
Think
would.
about it.
Of course they would. Of course they would, dude. Especially in that kind of conditions.
To the
Not only is it
mycological
ridiculous,
unit
but
itself.
it's ignorant. You know what I mean?
I'd like to show you now.
Say again, dude. Say that again, dude.
I said it's not only just silly, it's ignorant. You know, like it doesn't match up with like what reality would be. Like you'd need more than just attaching the rocket with two wires to a sensor in order to navigate space. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yeah, of course, man, of course. Like you say, it's to show off. It's to create the narrative, isn't it?
Like
to create the narrative. This is all happening so we can go to space, go to the moon, and all that. This is what we do. You know what I mean? This is how precise and intricate and complex it is, and this is how we deal with it. You know what I mean? We are brilliant. Look, we can go to the moon. We can go to impossible places.
The 60s, like I have a television from the 60s. They had solid state, it's like circuit boards and circuits.
Yeah.
And they weren't that small. You know what I'm saying? Like they make it sound like as if, you know, a capacitor was like, you know, the size of a pop bottle or something. No, it wasn't. They were bigger than normal, but they weren't like 15 or 20 times the size. They were more like a third or something, or, you know, 3 times.
Yeah, of course. You look in any old TV, of course you've got to see the green circuit boards with all your silver soldering.
But just the way they're showing you, they're soldering or they're welding in there the same part into those holes, those same little barrels, and all those are little capacitors, right?
Yeah, little fuses, resistors, capacitors, all them little things on it.
Yeah, whatever diodes, whatever it might be. But what does that do?
Yeah.
Processes something? I don't know.
Yeah, I used to play with them as a kid. I used to use them for like
they're actually logic gates, but still, it's like I don't think we use circuits like that. That's pretty primitive. If you ask me.
No. As a kid, I used to play with them circuit boards. I used to pretend it was like a space city or something like that. You know, like in Star Wars, where he dives down with the X-wing and goes into the groove of that kind of the what's it called, Death Star sort of thing. And he's flying. I used to like imagine them being like that. So we used to use them for our sci-fi. So we're listening. We were all into space and that as kids.
Yeah, of course.
Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah, of course. We were imagining. Yeah, we had all kinds of stuff like that.
We know it's sci-fi now and not reality, you know. I mean, we always knew we'd never get.
But
to
it was
Mars
fun. It was fun believing it while it lasted.
Of course, it was fun thinking you can get to the moon and someone had been there before you, and maybe I can go there because someone else has. But of course, it's just not reality. It's just not how it was made. It's just not how it was made. It's fantasy at the end of the day. So we can't live in a fantasy. But well, some people are obviously. But I choose not to.
I'm mad at myself because I didn't see how obvious it was.
That's it. I'd rather take the blue pill, man. I'd rather take the blue pill.
How we make a matrix. Here we see an operator who is placing a piece of mylar insulator that has adhesive on both sides. And this
Trinity was my favorite, Roger. Absolutely. I know the matrix word for word, man. Absolutely. I know what the architect says, I know what Neo says, and it's amazing.
insulator has previously had a pattern of holes punched onto it. Now this is placed on this longitudinal wire winder. Now, as the piece advances, strips of nickel ribbon are laid down in a longitudinal direction on the mylar. Next, it's taken to the vertical wire.
Is nickel an alloy? It is. It is. I just wasn't sure. I know that's nothing to do with this. I'm just wondering. It came to my head. I wasn't sure if it was an alloy or not.
Here the operator is placing it on the machine, and as the drum rotates, wires are laid down on the opposite side of the mylar in a vertical direction.
The
wires will be laying down right.
Hey, Ben?
No, I'm talking to my wife. Sorry. My bad.
Oh, I've lost my lighter. Where did I put my blooming lighter? I'll find it.
Over the areas where the holes have been punched.
some running one way on one side and others running the other way on the other side.
That's right, John. Now, the next operation is to perform the welding. This is done on a automatic welding machine. This machine, we are advancing the matrix underneath these weld heads. And whenever a hole appears under a weld head, the weld is commanded to drop and perform a weld. And this makes a feed-through connection from one side of the insulator.
That's what I said earlier on, Roger. It looks like a phone circuit. I described it as like the telephone exchange, though. But yeah, it looks like when you see the operators doing
those were insulated wires, though.
Like
see,
cable,
the phone lines were insulated and they were coaxial.
Yeah. It's mad though. Look at though. It is mad how they make that. I mean, it looks like just little strips of foil, doesn't it? It pretty much is, isn't it? Really. Wow.
The other.
You said it.
In the final operation, this girl uses a cutting tool to remove.
Yeah, it's like a weave, like a loom.
Remove the excess pieces
now
of
remember,
wire.
these are all bare wires, and they're supposedly running electricity back and forth in different directions. They're not just all going in the same circuit. You know, it's not like they're all in parallel and it doesn't matter. This is something that it's an integrated circuit built. You know what I mean? Supposedly.
Of course.
Good luck with that.
Is that a woman's hand? Or is that a guy's hand?
Yeah, he said she's weaving it. Yeah, because you know
she's
only
weaving. The nails are a bit shiny. The nails are a bit shiny.
Think about it. You know, it's a loom. So if it's a loom, you got to let a woman handle it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're talking about the 60s.
Yeah. I just looked at the nails and I thought that's shiny for a dude's, but yeah, it's a woman.
Final configuration of our precise wiring pattern.
I'll polish that shiny.
This matrix then is the wiring that sort of connects one little microelectronic circuit to another.
That's right, John. This wiring diagram shows you how the matrix can be used to interconnect the micrologic elements. See here, a wire will run from this can down here where it's woven through to the other side, run down, break out to another can, and up here to another.
Where all the wires are going to go.
Sorry, Ryan.
No, I'm just basically giving you a cue of what's going to happen, because they're going to tell you that now after they show you all these bare wires going everywhere, then they're going to show you how they're all connected. It's hilarious, bro. It's so stupid, because even if I was a kid in the 60s, when I was 8 and 9, I knew how to wire a stereo system, and I knew how to wire like surround sound and all that. I mean, maybe they didn't have surround sound, but they had Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? They had hi-fi stereo. We had this stuff. We had 8-tracks. We had record players. You know, like I knew about all this stuff, how it hooked up. I knew how to hook my guitar to it so I could play my bass on the damn, on the amplifier. You know what I'm saying? Like, people were not that stupid. So, and that was only in the 70s when I was doing that. So you can't tell me that 10 years before that, and then they were just that dumb. There's no way. Come on, man.
It's ridiculous. I know. I get you. I get you, man. Like when I was a kid, I was into stuff like I watched my dad. I watched my uncle. Not that I would watch my uncle. Like once I found out what he was, he's dead now. Like, but yeah, watched him do things like that. And we just knew how to do things like that as a kid. We knew how to use tools. Like nowadays, you're lucky. Like an adult coming up nowadays doesn't even know how to use a screwdriver. You know what I mean? It just looks awkward in their hands. You know, they just weren't made for it, and it's crazy. Because everybody was kind of physical when I was a kid.
I would hope that everybody knows how to use a freaking screwdriver, PJ, but I guess you're right. Maybe there are people that don't.
Well, it's everything. Sorry, but everything's gone gay. You know, it's just crazy.
I know, but even gay people have to wash their clothes, PJ. Come on.
Even gay people.
they either pay someone else to do it, or
even gay people thinks the world's gone too gay. You know what I mean? Yeah. They don't. Some of them hate this wokeness. It's crazy.
Yeah, really, right?
Oh, Mikey, how you doing?
Nowadays, being woke is just telling everybody your sexual preferences. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't lead off with that, so I don't expect you to do it. You know,
no,
unless you're really cute. You know, like then maybe, but you know, like. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I didn't know who you were on about there, Mikey. You said you were asking someone. I thought you meant me. No, I think you mean Roger, don't you? You're not talking to me. Keep your nose out of it, PJ. Go take your nose in the corner, PJ.
Now, after that operation,
as Mick Toon would say,
the operator can now take the matrix, fold it, and cement it to the component holder. Then the little micrologic elements themselves will be placed in the holes, and we're ready to bend the wires down and make a weld. After completing that operation, the entire assembly is then put into this metal header. Now, this header provides the structure for the assembly, and it has a row of nail pins here, and the leads from the matrix will be welded to the pins.
So that one logic stick can be connected to another one.
That's right. Let's take a look at how...
Quite fine, isn't it? Look how fine that little flex is.
Logic stick.
How the operators do this
Yeah.
operation in detail. This operator is loading the little micrologic elements into the component holder. Note that she takes each one and dips it in a little adhesive before she puts it into the hole.
Yeah, we definitely need containment. If we didn't have containment, Roger, we'd be dead, wouldn't we? Absolutely.
I see, so it's really fastened in place.
That's right, Don. Now she's ready to weld the wires to the leads coming out of the can.
So you don't solder them, you actually weld these wires.
Weld them.
She takes her little pair.
They don't solder them, they weld them. Wow.
Well,
What?
think about it. Solder melts at 600 and something degrees.
Of course.
Welds
course,
melt
of
at
course.
higher temperatures. So
Of
that would
course,
make
but
sense
then,
if you were,
yeah.
especially if you were
So
welding,
they're doing,
if you were welding
Yeah.
aluminum foil to that wiring.
so this is all done in vain.
Pair of tweezers and
You said
properly
that.
aligns the wire to the...
Did you say something, Ryan?
I said, you
Can of
said it.
can.
I didn't.
All right.
When the alignment is right, she then makes the weld. Now, that little flash you saw there was when the weld was actually made. After that matrix welding is completed, she's ready to place the assembly into the header.
So
That's right. Yeah, Mikey's got excellent observations, man. People, unless you watch the videos on his channel, Mikey, just put. I mean, people in my chat have probably already subscribed to you, Mikey. But put your link in, man. Go on, you've got a spanner. Put your link in and stuff. You know what I mean? Tell people to go and watch your observations because they're good. And like I say, I was saying earlier on, Mikey, you put yourself out there. Not many people do what you do. Go out there and tell the truth. You know what I mean? I know we're sitting in here on the internet telling the truth, but you're actually going out there, physically out there in the world and telling people about the truth. You know what I mean? And it's possible you could get, I know you're not worried, but you could get adversity out there. People come against you. You know what I mean? Because you know how defensive people can get over their heliocentrism. So I was just kind of just singing your praises that you put yourself out there, man. What you do is brilliant. And nice one for that, Mikey.
actually does fit in there.
Yes, she very gently forces it in, and she's ready now to weld the matrix wires onto the pins of the header. Upon completion of that operation, we now have an electrically completed module. A test man will now take this module and run an electrical test. He plugs the module into a special test socket, and then this special piece of equipment will electrically energize all of the circuits to ensure that they are properly working. The information for the test is stored on a piece of paper tape.
After this testing, then, this logic stick is ready for the computer.
No, there's one more stage, John, and that's the potting of the module.
What do you mean there's nowhere to post links in here? You just post it in the chat. Just get your link and post it in the chat, Roger. What do you mean there's nowhere to post links in? It's just you post the link in the chat and it'll come up a link that you can click on. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. You just post it and it'll come up. If you're a mod, it'll come up. If you're not a mod, it won't. You'd have to type it individually.
What do you mean by potting?
Well, the potting is this plastic coating that provides a covering for the wiring and the components. Now the module is ready to be plugged into the logic tray assembly.
That's number 38, and there are all these other modules, too, that might be a little different.
That's right.
What about the memory module?
Logic tray assembly. Nice name.
The memory modules of the computer are made using a basic component, which is a donut-shaped magnetic core. Now, this core will be placed into a component holder like so.
It just sounded like he described the arc reactor from Iron Man. He's trying to build an Iron Man suit, guys. Still hasn't done it. Build an Iron Man suit, you can go to the moon. No problems. No problems at all.
Now, after the component holder has been completely loaded with cores, we're then ready to do the wiring. In order to perform the wiring operation, we store about 20 feet of wire in this needle. See how that wire comes out of there? Now, the operator will take a core holder and pass the needle through the core, down to the other side, and then weave it back through a different position. Now, let's watch how the girls do this operation.
And if you did that wrongly, and you didn't notice, it would mess everything up. Mental.
Operation in a little more detail. Now here we have a pair of girls who are wiring the address wiring of the core opening.
Pair of girls like the socks. Can they not just said two ladies or two women or something? A pair of girls. Like they're the same thing. Opposite parts of the same thing.
Module. Now they pass the wire back and forth, stored in the needle, and put it through the cores in a particular wiring pattern. Now each time the wire goes through, they must very carefully wrap the wire around one of those little nylon pins. As you can see, what that does is pull the wire away from the center of the core to allow room to pass the needle through again.
I see. Now these address wires go to every single core?
That's right. Now when the wire is completely weaved into the rope, it must be terminated on a little solder terminal. Now the girl strips the insulation from the wire and very carefully wraps it around the pin. Then they use a magnifying glass to inspect their work. Now the sense wiring information, or the wiring that contains the program of the fixed memory, is performed by using this machine. The machine indexes to a particular location of a core, and then the girl passes.
I just realized it's only me and you, Ryan. It's only me and you. In the house. In the house, this is more of a bed sit, actually. A flat. It's not a house at all, but I always say in the house.
The needle through the aperture and provides the wire to go through the right core.
She doesn't have to think about which core it goes through next.
No, the machine does that for her. Now note, each time the wire passes through, that little aperture jogs down and pulls the wire around one of the nylon pins. When she passes the needle through, she will trip the switch with the needle, which causes a tape reader to advance. There's the tape reader, and that in turn causes the Coro plane to move its position. Now, after all the wiring is completed, these nylon pins that we use to temporarily hold the wire can now be removed. Next, we must press the wires very gently down into place so we'll be able to fold up.
Is there anything else coming up in this, Ryan, that's any good? Is it all like this now? I don't think he's answering. He must be helping his wife or something like that. What I'll do is, all right, right. I was just going to say, there's only about 6 minutes left. Is this left? Is it all like this now, or is there something else? Anything else good coming up in it?
No, I don't think I got past this part. This is where I kind of like started laughing really hard.
Right. Do you want me to play the rest of it? 6 minutes. There's about 6 minutes left of it, and then I can go back.
Please,
my video.
No, you don't need to. That's really what I just wanted to show you the high technology of that Apollo program.
Yeah, back in 1965. And yet it's still 4 years till they got to the moon. Well, allegedly got to the moon. We know they didn't go. YouTube admin, we know they went to the moon. Really, YouTube admin. No, I give a crap about YouTube admin. Right, so let's go back to the other video then. Let's get rid of this one and go back to this one. Am I back on that one? Yeah. Right, and get rid of that one. Cool. Same again. Just shout me. Just start talking or shout me if you need me to stop, dude.
Of launch. 3 days later, the spacecraft passed within 110 kilometers.
Oh, so people like Mikey Nut wasn't here at the start. That This is a video I found why it's so hard to return to the moon. You know why? Because you can't get there. But I just wanted to see what kind of crap they came up with. I didn't watch it earlier, so. But then we got diverted onto another video, and we watched that one. So just going back to this one. I did put the link in the chat earlier. If you want, I'll put the link in the chat again just in case you want the video just to see what it's about. It's in my watch laters. So yeah. I don't know why I did that. It's probably still in my what do you call it? Clipboard. I think that'd be it. Yeah. Cool.
Of the lunar surface. 2 more burns put it in a stable orbit around the moon.
No, it didn't.
The lunar module detached and arrived on the surface where 2 astronauts, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, spent 21 hours and 36 minutes on the moon. They re-entered the lunar module and an ascent stage detached, rocketing them back up to the waiting command module. They rendezvoused, discarded the lunar lander, which crashed back on the moon's surface, and returned to Earth several days later, splashing down 900, spent 21 hours and 36 minutes on the moon. They re-entered the lunar module and an ascent stage detached, rocketing them back up to the waiting command module. They rendezvoused.
Look at the state of that. Doesn't it just look like a cutout there? Look at all that fuzziness around it. It looks like it's just been glued onto a blackboard. You know what I mean? And then someone's filmed it or something. It looks terrible, doesn't it? It looks awful. It's ridiculous, man. What did you say to that, Ryan? It looks so real, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it looks just like every science fiction movie I ever saw in my life.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's really that's what your anti-flat earthers and that. They worship that in the sun, obviously, that's 93 million miles away from it. Why worship something that's so far away? I do not know. You know what I mean? Ridiculous. Hey, John, good to see you, man. The Earth would take up the whole background with the camera set to infinity. So freaking fake, man. And it just, dude. And it's ridiculous, isn't it? But yeah, this is what your anti-flat earthers and your globals not get boners over. Sorry to be crude, but yeah, that's the perfect marble out in space. That's the oblate spheroid. That's perfect sphere at the same time. You know, that's the one where they've got a radius, a perfect radius when you can't on an oblate spheroid. But there you go. That's the kind of cognitus that they're dealing with. They've got to deal with mental gymnastics. They can deal with. I won't want to deal with it anymore. You know what I mean?
Discarded the lunar lander, which crashed back on the moon's surface, and returned to Earth several days later, splashing down 920 miles southwest of Honolulu in the Pacific Ocean. That feat would be successfully repeated 5.
Yeah, they made a good job.
Yeah, I know it cost us control and some other stuff, but in the long run, it saved us a lot of money. I know a new one costs
Norman says millions and millions of people all over there fell for it. It's shocking how they got away with it for so long. It's true. I mean, I think from the start there was obviously people from the start that denied the moon landings and that. I think obviously from the start, from the very onset of it, from the concept of it, probably people were against it because it knew it couldn't happen. You know what I mean? But yeah, it did take the world a lot of time to catch up and get onto it. I mean, look, people are still falling for it. How can they? With the proof it's out there nowadays, with the photographs, the fake photographs, everything, the lunar lander, how it's made out of Scotch tape paper, you know what I mean, rivets in bits of paper and stuff like that, rivets with holes in them that are not sealed, and it's just crazy. Wet stars and stripes flags set there. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous, a whole lot of it. How can you have a wet flag in space?
More times before the Apollo missions came to a close in the early 1970s. That was over 50 years ago.
And why did they come to a close exactly? Why did they come to a close? They've been there, that's it. What? You'd think they'd want to set up a base there, know what I mean? Maybe try living there for a few, do you know what I mean? For a few weeks, a month, or something like that. You just wouldn't stop going in 1972, would you? Was it 1972? 1973? Can't remember. I think it was 72.
Today, NASA has plans to return to the moon, dubbed the Artemis Project, and the first crewed mission profile, which is currently slated for no earlier than 2026.
I'm debating whether it's 1972 and 1973, and I forgot Elvis was sitting there saying 1972 next to him, so 72.
Looks something like this. First, a launch will send the lunar lander craft into...
Sorry, Ryan, carry on. Say again.
So you notice how they suggest that they say that with crew, like as if they've probably gone to the moon many times, they just didn't send the crew.
Yeah. I mean, look at all these cartoons they put out, and it's what I'm saying. All cartoons, nothing of real substance at all. Nothing of substance, nothing real, everything faked. But then other things, it's just drawings with colored in. Get the kids to color in and that as well, you know.
Very well.
Earth orbit.
Oh, no.
A private company.
Their kids, you know, they color them in themselves. They love coloring in, and then they chew the crayons afterwards. You know.
Either SpaceX or Blue Origins will provide this craft. To get the lander to the moon, it will need to be refueled, which will take somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 20 additional launches. Each one of these launches
will need refueled. Was it refueled back in the 60s?
10 to 20 extra launches to refuel it.
Wow. What? How can people be falling for this crap? You know, absolutely ridiculous.
Will just carry extra fuel. They will rendezvous in orbit, and they will refuel this lunar spacecraft. Alternatively, there might be a tanker in orbit that is already pre-filled, but the basic structure is the same. The lander itself will then burn and get itself over into lunar orbit and wait. Additional lunar landers may be sent to deliver supply.
Acme slingshot again, Acme slingshot, but it's going to wait this time, so it's potential energy this time by waiting, you know. So it's storing up the energy, then it's going to slingshot, do the old Acme slingshot like it did in Armageddon. They're talking about in Armageddon. I loved that in that film. You know, back when I watched that film Armageddon with Bruce Willis and that, I would have been a Glober back then. So yeah, that kind of films used to hit home. Like, oh yeah, brilliant, he's a hero. Saved the world from asteroid. No, the ones that killed the dinosaurs. Even then, I had a problem with the asteroids that killed the dinosaur things. I didn't have a problem with dinosaurs back then, but I had a problem with the asteroid that killed them. Because I just thought dinosaurs were in the Bible. I didn't think dinosaurs were 65 million years old now. I just thought they were a bit large pieces of the Bible.
That's how they all died at once, and we don't have any record of them.
Yeah, that's it.
Eyes to the lunar surface for later use. Then, NASA's newest rocket, the Space Launch System, or SLS, will send the Orion spacecraft into orbit. The Orion spacecraft will then carry 4 astronauts into a lunar orbit, taking 2 to 3 days to reach the moon. The Orion spacecraft will dock with the lunar lander. 2 astronauts will descend on the lunar lander and spend
all this hullabaloo to get to the moon, all this carry on, all these launches to get to the moon, refueling and other things with other astronauts and all that, when they just did it in the 60s with just went up there and blasted off, got into orbit.
They didn't even test the lamp.
Lunar landed to the moon, blasted back off again.
How paranoid he was because he kept
exactly. Didn't even test the lamp. Yeah, it's mental. It's mental. They allegedly did all that in the 60s, but they've got to take all this crap now just because they lost the data, the telemetry data and all that, and how to do it. Now it's got to take all this process to get to the moon again with better technology.
Well,
okay, it makes sense. It really makes sense. Because reasons as well.
It's painful.
This makes loads of sense, doesn't it? Wow. Unbelievable.
Especially when you use, like telemetry data and triangulation of mirrors and sextants and all that good computer work with a verb button on it. The verb button. Jesus Christ.
No dial-up. No dial-up.
It's so stupid. It really is.
It's really bad, isn't it? It's really bad.
Roughly a week at or near the lunar South Pole. Then the astronauts will get back in the lunar lander, launch up and rendezvous with Orion, ditch the lander, and return to Earth, splashing down in some handy large body of water. Whew. Like I said, what's going on? With Apollo, we had a single launch of a single vehicle that contained all the stuff needed for a lunar mission. It was like heading out on a backpacking trip with all the supplies you need, well, on your backpack, on your back, in a single bag. The Artemis mission concept is more like sending a few of your buddies out ahead of time.
Yeah, it's just got to say Norman Cross. No, was it who said it? No,
their backpacks had oxygen scrubbers and.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dylan says I felt violated after I found out it was also fake. The Norman Cross said earlier, me too, Dylan. It's like it's a personal attack on me. The lies are like it's a personal attack and violation. I feel insulted by this satanic deceit. It is satanic. It is definitely and absolutely. And you should feel like that because
it's spiritual. I don't know if it's necessarily satanic, but yeah, it's definitely a spiritual attack.
Yeah. But we was taught all this crap at school. We should have been able to trust our teachers. They were deluded. They were deceived as well. They could have been deluded. I don't know, but they were deceived as well. So yeah, it's not their fault. But yeah, just we shouldn't have been taught that crap. They shouldn't have been taught that. Yes, there was a few things we had to learn at school, like your basics and that. They need to get by in life, I suppose. But yeah, most of what we learned at school, you might as well chuck it. And yeah, it does kind of feel like that. I mean, I don't feel like that anymore. It doesn't matter to me anymore. But yeah, I suppose when it first happened, it was like, wow, the realization, like, what was the point and all that? I get that. I get that feeling, definitely. But I just don't feel that anymore. To me, it's
I wasn't
like
very surprised. I was more angry. Because of how much they lied. Like it was, and absolutely. Stuff they didn't need to lie about. It's like, what difference would it have made? Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the stuff that they change, it's like there's no sense in it.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't make any logical sense why they would change it, except unless it's a psychological thing. Right?
And what's the point in trying to hide God as well? You can't hide God. God's evident everywhere. It's a pointless task. But people have fell for it, obviously, and have got some leeway, some way with it. It's just the satanic way. Do you know what I mean? It's awful. But yeah, we just got to keep our faith in God. Do you know what I mean? And just keep going with the truth, isn't it? Keep going with the truth. That's it. I absolutely did feel like that before, but I don't. It doesn't bother me anymore. I suppose a little bit angry as well, but yeah, it just doesn't bother me anymore. I just think about the truth now. I could never be deceived going back into that. I could never. It's crazy. It's crazy that I can't believe like Rachel that went back to being a glober after seeing the truth of the flat Earth. If she really did in the first place, I don't understand going backwards. And that's the way. I think that's why the way she is now. The way she's so aggressive now. You know what I mean? Saying that we're our friends and that, but then she comes on so aggressively. It's the cog disc, isn't it? They're having to deal with that again. She's like she's took the weight off her shoulders and then put them straight back on again. Put that yoke straight back on her shoulders. You know what I mean? Put the burden back on. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? Take it back off, Reggie. Take it back off.
Time to set up your campsite, and then you setting off with barely enough supplies, and then on the last leg of your trip, you get into your best friend's Range Rover to take you to the actual campsite.
It's okay. You're in the Range Rover now.
And leaving the Range Rover there when you're done. What's going on? As we've come to learn on this show, simple questions don't always have easy answers. And we've also come to learn on this show that it might be easy or tempting to point our fingers at one specific cause, but that we should resist that temptation because often the universe is nuanced and complex.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor?
Yes, it's nuanced. Nuanced, that means everybody's adding their new crap to it.
Doing this show together with
everybody's adding their modern crap to crap. Modern crap. adding modern crap to old crap just equals crap, doesn't it? You know what I mean? So it is nuanced, but it doesn't make a difference because it's crap.
Without running out of things to talk about. And all of this goes double for literally anything involving humans and especially politics. Because I can tell you this, quantum mechanics is easier than people, and general relativity is easier than politics. People act like physics.
Did you hear that? It's not easy. I don't find it easy. Politics is all crap as well.
Physicists are so smart, but really we pick the easy problems to work on. Maybe 100 years from now, a future historian will be able to summarize everything better about why Artemis is so much harder than Apollo, so much more complex, taking so much longer. We're in the thick of everything now, so it can be hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on. But this is...
Dylan says modern usually means less quality. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Everything's a cheaper version of it, what it used to be. Definitely. Without a doubt. It's all fake.
My best guess. As usual, it comes down to numerous factors that are sometimes related and sometimes independent. But I think we can boil it down to 3 P's: price, politics, and Patreon. That's Patreon.
Cheap. Yeah, absolutely. Flash.
PM Stutter, and you knew that was coming.
Yeah.
And yes, the Saturn V rocket was the most awesomest rocket ever built. And everything...
It was what? The awesomest. It was awesome. That rocket was awesome. No, it was a waste of bloody money. Ridiculous. And it's phallical. Like the penile looking things, don't they? Boys will be boys, huh?
Was also hideously expensive. The entire Apollo program cost roughly 26 billion space bucks, by which I mean dollars.
So you said 26 billion, but then put 20 billion up there. Okay.
That was in the 1960s and 70s. Once you account for inflation, the entire Apollo program cost nearly $260 billion. Yes, that's a Sagan billion with a B. If we include Project Gemini and the robotic lunar program, which were necessary precursors to get Apollo off the ground, literally, that goes up to over $280 billion on the moon landings.
So all them dollars that people paid for, wasted, rubbish, you know what I mean? Just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Why?
At its peak, NASA was consuming something like 5% of the entire federal budget.
If I could give you a refund, Dylan, I certainly would. If I could get the money off of it, I would give you it. Absolutely. You deserve a refund, without a doubt. Everyone does.
And the Apollo missions were more than half of NASA's budget. That was simply unsustainable. We don't have that kind of appetite now. We don't have that kind of money.
Blooming coffee's going through me. I'll leave this playing while I go to the toilet.
For space programs now, no one is going to approve spending 5% of the federal budget on space exploration, human launches. It's just not going to work. I'll get into that in the politics, but that's a raw fact. The Apollo missions had more money than the Artemis project does. Simple numbers. Today, total in the roughly 10 to 20 years, depending on how you count, of the Artemis project, it has spent around $90 billion. And NASA itself only commands less than 0.5% of the federal budget. So if anyone ever asks, why do we spend all this money on space? Tell them it is a rounding error in the federal budget. You could eliminate all of NASA and our overall federal budget outlook, growth, GDP, all that would be largely unaffected. That's $90 billion over the entire lifetime. We are trying to return to the moon for a fraction of what it cost 50 years ago. That's just fact. We can't get around that. We're spending less money on the moon return than we were on the first trip out. And so, yeah, things are going to be different this time. Things might take longer. Things might look different because we're spending a different amount of money. Now, it's not always true that the more money you spend on a thing, the faster it happens or the better it is. I get that. But also, spending less on a thing is probably going to get you worse results. And I know some of you ask, many people ask, I even wondered this, why don't we just reuse the Saturn V? Why are we building any billions? Why are we spending any billions of dollars to build an entirely new rocket, the Space Launch System, when we already had this Saturn V that was more than capable of delivering people to the moon? Why do we need to do it again? Well, the truth is, because we're spending less money, we have to be careful with it.
They say we're spending less money. You think that's true?
Yeah, they have to make sure that they're spending a lot more, so they're having to budget because they're not going to space. So they're not able to say that, oh, we just spent $5 billion, so many $1 billion.
Right.
So yeah, that makes sense. That's why they're always saying that they're going to go to the moon next year and they're going to do this. So that way we'll keep sending them their money.
Yeah.
Because if we stop, of course, we all know this, just a black ops. That's just how they fund their black ops. Everybody understands that. Really obvious, right? Of course. That's a lot of money, and where else would it go? They're definitely not buying spaceships with it. That's for sure.
Like Norman Cross said there, though, it's 5% on propaganda while real people needed healthcare and housing and food. It's criminal theft.
Yeah, that money would pay off the national debt in a few years. Yeah.
Exactly.
But
isn't it crazy?
There's no attempt to do that, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's national debt could be paid off by that.
Johnny says budget's tighter than a German backpacker's wallet. You got away with words, I'm telling you, Johnny, man. You can tell you're an Aussie. Funny, man, the way they put things. It's so funny.
Our budgets, and it's actually cheaper to build with new designs than it is to try to reuse Saturn V tech. Because one, Saturn V tech was developed in the 50s and 60s.
Reuse Saturn V tech. Okay.
With 1950s, 60s, and 70s understanding of rocketry and machining and computer aided design and flight management and all that. We don't want to do that again. We actually have better tools available. We are able to make better composites, better materials, better understanding of fuel and flight characteristics. It would be more expensive to take 1960s technology and try to fit it into a 21st century mission than to just build a brand new rocket. And yeah, there are blueprints, there are books, there are schematics, there are designs, but most of the knowledge of building something, especially like a rocket, which is among the most complex machine ever invented by humanity, most of that knowledge is in people's brains. It's in there.
Well, it's just a bloody firecracker. Everybody says like, what they call it? What's it called again? Rocket science. Sorry, how could I forget that? Yeah, it's not rocket science, you know. Rocket science isn't even rocket science. It's not bloody science at all, is it? It's ridiculous.
Heads, the tiny little fixes. Oh yeah, you got to turn the valve this way, or you know, the thing says we need to go to this tolerance, but actually we need to go a little bit over here to make it fit. Like there's just so much built-in human knowledge that only exists in people's brains that never makes it into a document or a piece of paper or a schematic. There's so much know-how when you have thousands of human beings working together on a project. Each one of those people, individuals, brings their own set of knowledge. They gain their own knowledge, they gain experience, and they apply it, and it never gets written down. And so we can't just look at the blueprints of a Saturn V and do it again, because most of the tiny little details, and anyone who has ever worked on a large project knows exactly what I'm talking about. We would have to relearn all of that again. We would have to teach ourselves how to build a Saturn V again. The blueprints and the documents and the designs simply aren't enough. And when you look at it, that kind of a daunting task, you say, well, let's just build a new rocket anyway. It's going to be cheaper. The second reason is politics. Closely aligned with the price.
Always politics involved, isn't there? I hate politics, man. It's all rubbish.
Apollo missions were a point of.
I know it's involved in everything, and it kind of has to be nowadays, but it just boggles my head. Vicky knows more about politics than I do. She kind of like keeps track of that side of things. She used to vote. She doesn't now, but she used to. Now she's kind of seen. The last person she voted for was I can't remember his bloody name now. The blonde-haired dude, Boris. What's his name? Boris, isn't it? It's Boris. I can't remember his blooming name now. Him anyway.
National pride and competition against the Soviets. That's what fueled the national appetite. It's really hard to get a country full of people, especially a large country with hundreds of millions of people, to spend 5% of all their money.
Sorry, Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson.
Combined on a single thing. There are very, very few things in any nation that meet that kind of bar. And for a brief.
Yeah, thank you, Norman. Thank you. I got it just at about the same time as you said it. Bless, man.
Period of time NASA did, because, man, we want to stick it to the commies, right? We want to show them who's boss, who's more technologically superior, which way of doing things is better. We want to get to the moon first. It became a nationwide priority, and we put our money where our mouth was. We spend a lot of money on it. Nowadays, returning to the moon is not a point of national pride or competition. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like I said, spending
No, you just can't get there. Simple. Well, you can't land in it, that's for sure. Don't know about getting there, because I don't know exactly where it is. I know where it is. I don't know how you get to it. If you can get to it, it's definitely in the firmament. It says that biblically, scripturally. So I know it's in the firmament, but whether you can physically get there, I don't know. I don't know what it is to be able to say that.
5% of the federal budget on Apollo missions, well, great, was unsustainable. We were never going to do that for the long haul. And we can see what happens once we got to the moon. Public interest in the Apollo missions collapsed in a matter of years because it was unsustainable. Once we showed that we could do it, they're like, okay, yeah, whatever, another moon landing, who cares? It's not necessarily a bad thing that this is not a point of focused national attention and pride and competition, because those are fickle and temporary.
Isn't that pretty? And it is fickle. You can't make up the blooming minds. You know what I mean? Isn't that pretty? Isn't that a nice marble just coming in the shot there? Beautiful. Beautiful marble. Boner time. Anti-flowers.
And when the spotlight moves off of you, you run the risk of losing everything. So it's smarter to have different reasons to go to the moon, to be slower and cautious about it, to get different angles of public support involved in this. So it's not a single focused, let's go moment, but a longer, more sustained, let's do this thing kind of trajectory, because we don't want that collapse to happen again. So we want to be smart, and we want it to be sustainable. Relatedly to that, to keeping things sustainable, we have to keep a lot of people very, very happy, and we have to do things old school. There's a lot of talk about new space and the private space companies, and they're doing amazing things. I would love to devote an entire episode of what the future of private space flight looks like from my perspective.
Yeah, they're just ripping people off and lying to them.
So feel free to ask. But NASA is a government organization. It is part of the government bureaucracy. And if you want to play the political game, which means surviving as a political agency, as a bureaucracy, as a government outfit, you have to play by certain rules. And you have to keep lots of different people happy. This is part of, because there is.
Isn't that the truth, Dylan? Wow, what a dumb narrative that is. And it just, they're terrified of getting caught faking it again. Yeah, man. I don't know, you know, some of them, that's the ones they put out. I'm sure they put out on purpose, or someone does. Someone's trying to let it out because it's so blatantly faked, you know, augmented reality and all that, you know, and all the other ways they do it. It's all crazy, man.
isn't this focused national attention of let's beat the Soviets. Instead, you have to be smarter about it. You have to be more diplomatic about it. You have to get people on board in different ways. And the number one way to get people on board with a big government project is to ensure that they get a cut. Make sure that someone's writing a check with their name on it. And that's why now
make sure they get their dirty blood money, get their cut of murder.
NASA has tentacles in almost every state. That's why there's launch facilities in Florida, rocket manufacturing plants in Georgia, why they're in Alabama, why there's command facilities in Houston, why, there's some extra launch pads out in California, why one little essential doohickey on the rocket can only...
Good to make the narrative look real. Of course, it's got to be all over the place. It's ubiquitous. It's ubiquitous. All over the place.
Be made in Oregon. There's a reason for that. Yes, it's inefficient. Yes, it's slow. Yes, it can lead to corruption, but also it's the only way to do it.
It is corruption.
Some community in Oregon, if they don't care, if we're not beating the Soviets, if there's not this focused national attention spotlight on it, the only reason they're really going to care is if they have a stake in it, if they have a role to play, if they have a part of the grander story. NASA has to play those politics. These weren't necessarily considerations. They were part of the consideration, don't get me wrong, back in the 60s and 70s. But also the government was just writing blank checks to NASA to get the job done. Now we have to do things differently. That is going to change how we approach returning to the moon. We have to do it old school. And yes, private space companies can do things differently, and great, and they need to, and that's worth celebrating and pouring resources in. NASA can't, because NASA has to play the political game. As an example of this, the Space Launch System.
Yes, Dylan, all lies are corrupt. So I'm saying all of it's corruption. They're saying it can lead to corruption. Wow. Lead to it. It comes from corruption. It's born of corruption.
Is less powerful than the Saturn V. It's true. It simply can't get it. V did.
Why does anyone still use ponchos if they never actually...
Shut up.
Why in the heck are we designing a new moon mission based on a less capable rocket? Well, because politics. Stuck there. Just talked a little bit ago about how wasteful it would be to try to rebuild, just brush off the drawings of the Saturn V and let's build it again. We're kind of sort of doing that with the shuttle engine. So the space shuttle wound down, that program wound down, and we didn't really know, we as in NASA and engineering folks, didn't know what to do with all that infrastructure. The shuttle program involved manufacturers, suppliers, key components from so many different states, communities, representative districts, like the whole deal. It was this massive tentacle spreading across the country. And then when you're not building shuttles anymore and you're not doing that anymore, what do you do with all of that space industry infrastructure? You know, all the plants, all the engineers, all the technicians, you know, all the whole fraction of our economy that was devoted to building and maintaining the space shuttles. What do you do with them? And so NASA cooked up these new lunar and Mars missions, the Artemis project, as a way to reuse the old shuttle engines. One, because there were a bunch of shuttle engines just sitting in warehouses unused. And then two, you know, if
some shuttle engines lying about, I mean, just recycle them, send them back into a violation. Load of rubbish.
We've recently been building shuttle engines. It's not like 50 years ago, the Saturn V. It was just a few years ago that we built our last shuttle engine. Maybe we can just keep doing that. And so NASA designed the rocket, the actual entire assembly of this mission, around the engines, around the shuttle engine. So at the bottom of the Space Launch System, you're looking at old shuttle engines. And when there are new versions of the Space Launch System, there are going to be new versions of the old shuttle engines. Because
they do worship the day. It's just their idols at the end of the day. And now that's what they are. They're idols, like the Earth, like the heliocentric model, the sun. Just it's their idols. Like some people I idolize rocket ships. I mean, going to the moon, idolize moon landing, idolize anything that takes your focus of God that you are worshipping, obviously. You know what I mean? Anything could be your idol. Money, your missus could be your idol. You know? Anything you put before God, I suppose, could be an idol. Madness is madness. I mean, I'd rather worship God, you know? Absolutely.
Because they were playing politics. Because they had to. Because that is how you survive in the political game, by keeping a lot of people happy.
See him on my own. That means Ryan slipped out. He'll probably be back.
Happy. And the number one way to keep people happy is to keep giving them money to do things. So we are reusing some old shuttle technology, the engines. It's actually costing us way more money than if we had just designed engines from the ground up. It is affecting the entire mission profile because we have weaker engines. We have a weaker rocket than we did with Saturn V. And that limits what we can do. We simply can't get the whole package up in a single launch like we did with Saturn V. We can't do an entire lunar mission.
Can't wait to get a better computer. I mean, it doesn't really seem to matter what I do. I mean, it's a lot better than being on, when I'm on Restream. Restream, it's choppy, the sound's awful, it clips everywhere. But I notice on YouTube site it's still a bit choppy, even though I've put it down a bit. But I've only got, I think it's 16 gig of RAM. I was told that was enough, but it's obviously not. Next one I'll probably get this 32 gig or something. Hopefully it'll be better, and it won't be a lot. It's probably just because it's a laptop. You know what I mean? So yeah, hopefully soon I'll get a computer, proper tower computer, and it should be a bit better. But it does the job. It does the job for now. You know what I mean?
Mission based on the Space Launch System because it doesn't have enough oomph. It can't get enough stuff over to the moon to make it happen. So we need a more complex mission with more components. We need other partners. Yes, it's inefficient. Yes, we're spending more money. This is proof right here. If you want to know, like, why can't we just go back to Saturn V? Imagine this times 10. But it's keeping NASA alive. They're playing the game. Yes, it's inefficient, but that's better than zero efficiency and simply getting wiped away from the federal budget, which threatens to happen every few years or so. And this is another line of thinking. One can argue that it's a great thing that we kept all that shuttle infrastructure in place, all the engineers, all the technicians, all the know-how in place. We kept those people employed for years, even though the Space Launch System is kind of a beast and an albatross and weird Frankenstein's monster of old and new technology. We kept those people employed. We kept those companies around. And that was exactly the technical base that we needed to have our modern renaissance in private spaceflight companies. But that's a different episode. We've done price, we've done politics. And the last reason why Artemis looks a lot more different than Apollo is priorities.
By the way, I didn't realize Mikey Smith was live right now. I'm not trying to infringe on your time, Mikey. Not at all. Not at all. Sorry, I didn't realize you're on. But yeah, I won't be too long before I'm finished anyway.
And this takes several different shades. One is in risk tolerance. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. The Apollo missions were dangerous. They were straight up dangerous. Don't believe me? Look at Apollo 1. A pure oxygen environment during a test caught fire. 3 astronauts died. Apollo 6, engine number 2 partially failed, nearly killed the crew. Nearly blew up the whole thing. Apollo 13, a little stirry thing in a tank.
I was just hoping I wasn't infringing on Solve as well, because he usually goes on about 2:30 GMT, which is 9:30 his time. But I forgot he doesn't seem to go on as much at the weekends. So I'm all right. I might, after this one, I might do something totally off this topic. A little video I've got of the Chinese fake food sort of thing. I like watching them now and again. if you want to stick around for a bit. But like I say, Mikey's on as well. If you want to go to Mikey's, it's entirely up to you guys.
Broke and nearly killed the crew. That's 3 of the Apollos. 1 was lethal and 2 near disasters, like a breath away from complete catastrophe. We were testing these rockets and complex machines as they were.
Norman Cross, nice one for coming. Good night, man. Good night. Oh yeah, once I finish, yeah, I'll be finished in the next 3/4 hour. It's only a little video I'm gonna put on after this. But yeah, nice one for coming, dude. Time for your bed. Absolutely, me as well. Like I said, bless you for coming, man. Nice one.
We're flying. The public and political desire for risk, the tolerance for risk, is way, way lower than it was in the 1960s. NASA.
Is that about your 3 deceivers? The Trinity of deceivers.
Simply, especially after the 2 space shuttle disasters, NASA can't have dead astronauts. They are hanging on to public goodwill by a thread. And if they screw up, we're done. And also, as a public, in the 60s and 70s, we were smoking, we were drinking, and we were lighting rockets on fire and going to the moon. And if a few people died in the process, well, it's worth it. There was a different attitude towards risk, an attitude that the public simply doesn't have anymore.
I just realised, Al, you put in the private chat and StreamYard here earlier on that you were off to your bed. I didn't realise. I just thought you dropped out. No problems, man. Sorry. I didn't realise you were off. But good night, man. If you're not already asleep, good night.
And so, of course, things are going to move slower. They're going to be more complex. There are going to be 1 million tests on the ground to ensure that every flight is much, much safer than any.
I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me as well, but I'm just not very good at sleeping through the night. I usually kind of fall asleep in the afternoon for an hour or so. Sometimes I sleep about 2-3 hours through the night, maybe till about 6 in the morning. Then I'm up again. But in the afternoon, I might fall asleep. You know what I mean? If I'm not doing anything, obviously. But I might fall asleep for an hour. But in general, I'm awake through the night. Kind of vampiric without being a vampire. I mean, look how pale I am. Like I say, I'm pale blue. I have to sunbathe to get white, guys. No Ryan yet? No.
Any flight of the Apollo missions, because we just can't stomach the thought of corpses on the lunar surface. Another angle of the priorities are the different mission parameters. Apollo missions could be counted in hours. Yeah, all that might, all that work, all that money to spend.
Hey, Flat Earth stuff, how you doing? I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before, but I've definitely seen your name about, without a doubt. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you.
A day-ish poking around. A few hours actually outside of the vehicle and actually walking on the surface. The new Artemis missions are designed to last for days, maybe over a week.
Hi, Jono. When I was a teenager, I was always out in the winter nights when it was dark. In the summer, I mean, yeah, I was out obviously, but in general, I liked the winter nights when it was dark. Nobody used to see me through the day, so they used to call me a vampire. Definitely. I do love sleep when I can get it. I'm just not a very good sleeper. And when I do fall asleep, I'm so light sleeper. It's just like anything wakes me up. Anything, a slight movement, I don't know, a little noise. But then sometimes I can't sleep. You know, sometimes when I haven't slept for a while, I can't sleep a full 8 hours. But it takes like a good few days, you know what I mean? 3-4 days of not sleeping properly to get that way. And the thing is, I do feel tired as well. It's just crazy. I'm just not very good at it. I never have been.
On the lunar surface.
Body clock's all the pot.
That means you need more stuff. You need more water, more air, more food, more fuel, more extendable arm grabby things, more pouches, wrenches, tricorders, doodads, gizmos. If you want to spend a week on a...
Hey, Jeff Garcett's back. He says, I'm back 2 hours behind. No problems, man. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking the wrong thing.
Moon, you got to pack more stuff. And hauling that stuff to the moon ain't easy. The more stuff you have, the bigger the rocket you need, which means you need more fuel, which means you have.
Yeah, me too, Dan. Like I say, it's just anything. It's but then some noises, I don't know. I can sleep through, but I suppose that's when I'm tired, really tired, and I am sleeping. But unless, like, when I used to be on drugs and that, you know what I mean? Drugs can make you sleep heavy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've never been a good sleeper. I've always been quite a light sleeper as well. It's crazy because, like, I don't think anybody could rob me while I was asleep because I would just hear it. I just don't think they could. It's 10 p.m. there where you're at. Where are you at, Dylan? Where are you at? I take it you're in the States somewhere. So it's 10:05 where you're at.
You have a bigger rocket, which means you need more fuel. This is called the tyranny of the rocket equation. The only way we can think of to get a decent sized mission, like a week-long mission to the moon, is to have these multiple components where the lander is not inside of the initial rocket that leaves the Earth's surface, that leaves before. The only way to get that large of a lander over to the moon, you can't do it in one launch. You need to refuel it. We have a different look.
It's pretty. But all this talking about refueling and that, when they didn't have to do that in the Fury or USIC. Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't really like the Furies, but I don't really know USIC that well. I don't know. I wouldn't like to say. I mean, Fury won last time just on points, wasn't it? I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I really want. I'm on the fence with that one. I'm on the fence. I really am. I would like Fury. I'm from the UK, so I should say Fury, really. But I do think USIC's got a really good chance. They're different sizes, though, completely different sizes. But like USIC seems to be a hardy, really hardy. I'm kind of looking at the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight at the minute. Do you know what I mean? I'm hoping it's got to be as good as, and I really hope he beats him. Jake Paul has put on a load of weight in that. He's like 230 pounds. I'm sure he'll tone up a bit. But yeah, I'm hoping Mike beats him. And I never used to like Mike Tyson. I used to hate him back in the 80s and 90s. So I always used to go for the underdog, and he wasn't the underdog at the time. Yeah, I always went for like Bruno, people like that. Yeah. But I think Usyk's got a good chance. I mean, look, Fury's been down a few times with Deontay Wilder. He seemed to get up, but like he was knocked out, and he just got up. It was just like it's like Jesus pulled him out of sleep or something. And I'm sure he'd be credited to Jesus. I mean, don't know how good a Christian he is, but he does profess Christ. So I don't know. I'm going to say Fury just because I'm UK, but Usyk's definitely got a good chance. And hiya, Mickey, whoever you are. Yeah.
Location. All missions, they're just happy to land somewhere on the moon, somewhere easy. We're more interested now in the lunar South Pole because there might be pockets of water ice there, and there might be a lot of water ice underneath.
Lunar South Pole, yeah. The moon's flat.
The surface. Landing there is kind of difficult. You need a very special kind of orbit, which is tricky to get into, which means the entire mission is more complex, more involved.
The moon's a flat grey pizza in space, flying pizza in space. It's flat Earth society stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if they came out with that blooming next. And the moon's upward rising as well.
Trickier, has a lot more moving parts. Another priority is we have a different purpose. Don't get me wrong, the Apollo missions returned an enormous.
I get it, Dylan. Watching a fight gives you anxiety. Yeah, I get that adrenaline thing when I'm watching a fight and the person I'm supporting is going for it and it looks like they're going to win. I get that type of anxiety then. And when they're losing, it's like, no, hit him, that kind of anxiety. That's the type of anxiety I get. But it doesn't give me anxiety like, well, I think I'm got like anxiety, social anxiety, not that type of anxiety. But it gives me the adrenaline anxiety. I know if that's what you're on about. If not, then that's the type of anxiety I get from it. Look at the moon there, though. Look, it does kind of blend in with the sky, and that's meant to be off in space. That's in front of the sky.
Amount of scientific knowledge about the moon. But remember that the science part was shoehorned in. There were so much advocacy. It's a fascinating aspect of American history. The primary goal was getting humans on the moon and beating the Soviets.
No, it's definitely not a dusty sphere, that's for sure, dude. Or a dusty spheroid. Because that's what it would be, wouldn't it? A sphere, an oblate spheroid, sorry. Not a spheroid, obviously it's a spheroid because it'd be a sphere, but an oblate spheroid, that's what I meant to say.
That was goal number 1. And then, oh, by the way, maybe if we teach them to pick up rocks, we might learn something. Tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the attention and focus and priority was...
Look at that footage. It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Doing science.
They're doing science there. They were doing science there, by the way. That was real science, by the way, guys. You know that, don't you? Oh, yo, I was hoping you would turn up, dude. Matthew, I did ask you in fellowship how you are because I hadn't heard from you for a little while. I was hoping you would turn up, actually. Are you all right, dude? Hopefully you're good. Links at the top if you want to come in, dude. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Matthew. I was actually wondering how you are.
Artemis missions are science first. They're not only going to spend way longer on the lunar surface.
I have been on a few hours already. I've been on since my 3:30. It's now 3:10. I'm going to do another little video after this one and say call it night, but I'll probably be on for another 3/4 an hour or something, half an hour, 3/4 an hour. I don't know.
They're going to be much.
I don't tend to talk much of the videos. I kind of let it run for a bit, especially this time of night. Nobody wants to hear me yapping, you know.
Better trained. The astronauts are going to be much better trained. They will be carrying out a lot more experiments, which means they need to carry more scientific gear with them.
Ready to buy your first place? You could.
Sign.
With the Apollo missions, we're playing fast and loose with money and human lives to achieve a singular goal of beating the Soviets. Now we are being cautious with money and
yes, John, I always say that with the moon horizon, pretty short horizon. It's like it's 25 foot in front of them, isn't it? You know what I mean? Definitely short horizon. It's like, yeah, you just walk 25 foot and it's like you drop off the edge of it. It's ridiculous, dude. All the moon photos are like that. The horizon's just there, right in front of them, unless it's one with the hills in the background, with the stark contrast between the landscape and the hills, you know. Them ones. Oh, sorry, I keep pressing the wrong thing.
Lives to achieve a myriad of goals, mostly scientific, and scientific goals have a lot more stuff and work and planning and design and instruments associated with them than just putting boots on the ground and turning around and leaving. The Artemis project has an entirely different set of priorities than the Apollo missions did. And this different set of priorities dictate a different mission profile.
Ah, there you are, Matthew. How you doing, dude?
What's up, man? It's all good. Just been busy, man.
Good to see you, man.
Job,
good to see you.
New training.
Yeah, no, I knew you had a new job. I kind of knew that's why we hadn't heard from you. But yeah, you came in the other week. I can't remember when it was last week. Sometime maybe you told. But I already knew. You already told me, obviously. But you came in flats and told people. I kind of knew that's why you hadn't been about. You've been busy and stuff. But you're good though, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. You know, with everything going on, it's kind of like I already know the Earth's flat, so
yeah.
I can care less what people believe. You know what I mean?
That's it. It's crazy. It's been kind of crazy as well with the Rachel thing and all that. And apparently Rachel's really annoyed at me and Vicky because Vicky made a video and I made a video just pointing out that I didn't lie to her and pointing out where she did lie. And I did it in brotherly love. I didn't say it. I didn't want a back and forth or anything like that. I just told her, look, I don't care if you make a video about me. I won't make another one. I'm just telling you, look, I didn't lie to you. You did say this. And that was it. And I pointed out where it was. She said it. You know, that was it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
I saw that. I saw you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. That's it. I see what you said though about Fury. Fury is going to have his hands full. I don't think he'll win the fight. I don't know. I mean, if it goes to points, who they go give it to? They go give it to the champion, or they go give it to him. I don't know. I'd like to say Fury just because I'm from the UK. I don't necessarily like Fury. I don't know much about what's his name? Is it Usyk? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Don't know much about him, but I know he's a hardy guy. I've seen a few things. I've kind of been more concentrating on the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson thing. I hate that I said Jake Paul first. I mean Mike Tyson. And I never used to like Mike Tyson, but I do. I think he's chilled now. He's a different person. Yes, he's still got the animal in him, but he's a different person. Whatever he's done in the past. I mean, I don't like the fact that he's he's Islam, but I like the fact that he's a flat earther. You know what I mean? That's a good start, anyway. You know, but he seems to be a changed kind of person. I don't think he's extreme kind of Islam. You know, I don't think he's in your face kind of Islam, but he's obviously on the wrong side now, without a doubt. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as this Usyk and Fury fight, I don't know. I just see Alexander Usyk. He's like fundamentally, he's a great fighter, dude. He doesn't get hit. His footwork is great. His footwork is better than Fury's. Fury has great footwork for a big man.
For the size and shape of him, yeah.
I like Tyson Fury. I'm a fan of Tyson Fury, but Usyk is quicker. He doesn't get hit as much. He's faster. You know what I mean? Like, I find it hard to believe that Fury's going to be able to land on the man like.
They have already fought, though, haven't they? They have already fought one, haven't they?
No,
they haven't fought. I thought they had already fought one.
No, they had a fight scheduled. They got canceled.
Oh, is that what it was? What made me think they fought one and Tyson won in points? Wow, I can't. I came out and said that. I said that live that Tyson won in points. What made me think that then? That's crazy.
Well, you may have been thinking of Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua fought Usyk.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Definitely. Because didn't Anthony Joshua get it because of the points?
He lost. Yeah, he lost the fight. I think they may have fought.
Anthony Joshua lost. Yeah, he did, didn't he? That's right. Wow, I forgot about that as well. Wow. I can't believe I got that mixed up. That's crazy. I said that live as well. Sorry, guys, for that misinformation. I didn't realize what I was saying. Wow. That's crazy. It's crazy. Right, I'll get on with this video. I think this is near the end anyway. But I'm glad you're good, man. It's good to see you.
Oh, yeah. Right back at you, man. Much love.
Just stop if you need to say anything. Just shout stop.
Which makes the mission more complex because we're trying to do more stuff on the moon. And we have a different purpose included in that priority. We're not just going...
I'll put on a little video after this. I like watching them Chinese fake food things, how they do it. I think it's awful, but for some reason I like watching them. So yeah, I was got to put one of them on after. It's completely off the topic, but I mean, I don't tend to talk about flat Earth and that much. Like I say, I keep telling people I don't talk about flat Earth much on my channel. I mean, I do have a few videos on that, and obviously it comes up in my live streams. But in general, it's about other things because we do it every night at Flats's. So there's no point in doing it at mine as well. We might as well change now and again. I mean, I do sometimes. I mean, the topic comes up. Obviously, it's bound to, isn't it? But in general, I don't hardcore flat Earth on my channel. But there is things there. There is things there, obviously.
To land and look around, take some selfies, and come back. We're planting the beginning of a lunar base.
Good to see you again, Ryan. See who's here with us. Matt is here with us.
Ryan, what's up, man?
I know. Good to see you guys.
We're sowing the seeds of long-term habitation with the Artemis project. Once again, this requires...
Jono, Mike Tyson's 57. The fight is in July 20th. By the time the fight comes up, he'll be 58. So he's nearly hitting 60. It's kind of mad because if you think of the Rocky Balboa movie, like Rocky 6, it was in 2006. He was 58 then when he did that one last fight, you know, with that real boxer. Can't remember his name, but I think he was called Tyler in the film. Yeah. He's called Tyler. Yeah, but in the movie, he's called Tyler something, isn't he? Or Tyreen. I can't remember. I need to find out now.
What's the thing with the Rocky movies? When the boxers they go to the Rocky movies and then their careers ruined shortly after that.
It's mad, you know.
Yeah,
that's
Antonio
crazy.
Tarver. Yeah,
it's so bad as well because I love Rocky. I love Rockies, man. He's been my. The first Rocky came out in 1976 when I was born, and the first movie I ever seen in VHS was Rocky. So, yeah, it's kind of like he's been my hero since I was a kid. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Right, I'll play this. I'll find out that name while I play this.
There's so much more stuff. not just to spend a week there, which is longer than any of the Apollo missions. Like a single Artemis mission could potentially spend more time on the moon than all of the Apollo missions combined. But we also expect our astronauts to start building stuff, habitats, walls and roofs and water filtration devices and porta potties and all this stuff, vending machines, because we want to lay the first step to long-term habitation that requires.
Mason Dixon, the guy played. Sorry, what did you say the boxer's name was again, Matthew?
Antonio Tarver.
Antonio Tarver played Mason Dixon in Rocky Balboa, 2006. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. You know what I mean? I'm well into Rockies.
Requires more stuff that requires a more complex mission. And then when you weave it together with the fact that we're spending less money on Artemis than we did on Apollo, that we live in a different political climate where there isn't a singular national focused will, where instead we have to be much more careful. We have to make sure there
isn't that footage been removed that was that they forgot to put the curvature on. I think that footage has been removed as well, hasn't it? Where they forgot to put the curvature on when they're doing a space mission. They forget to put the curvature on it. I think that got removed as well. So yeah, they have been removing a ton of stuff. Crazy, man.
There are a lot of people on board with this in different ways. We had to reuse some of our shuttle technology just to keep those people on board so that NASA wasn't outright defunded. That limited what we could do with our rocket, the Space Launch System, which is weaker than the Saturn V. And so you...
Hey, Gematria, I wound up one back. How you doing?
It's weaker.
Look for a 90s movie called Digtown. It's a good boxing one if you get tired of Rocky. Digtown. I'll watch out for that, definitely. Because I've seen a lot of boxing movies. I kind of like if a boxing movie comes that I haven't seen, I like to watch it. I mean, even the old ones, you know what I mean? I even watched the old documentaries about Jack Dempsey and stuff like that. I love that kind of stuff. Joe Louis and the Jackson dude from back in the 20s and that, when boxing style was totally different. Pugilists they were back then, weren't they? Pugilists. Yeah. Man. 40 rounds at one point, wasn't it? 40 odd rounds at one point, and now then we're down to 15, then 12. So Matt, you're cutting out a lot.
Sorry. Some of these men fought hundreds of rounds, man. Can you imagine? They start fighting when the sun, and then the sun's going down, they're still fighting.
I know. I mean, that was I mean, that's terrible. I mean, that was just brutal. I wouldn't. You couldn't imagine that nowadays. But yeah, they did. They went for lots of. Sometimes there was just no limit, was there? It was just till someone died, I suppose. Wow, crazy stuff. But yeah, I do like boxing. I know people think it's brutal, and it can be. It absolutely can be. I know it's brutal. It can kill you. One punch can kill you. Especially like the people like Mike Tyson, the strength of these punches, and maybe who else? That's really like Deontay Wilder. They're hard punchers. People like that. Their kind of digs could kill you. Definitely, without a doubt.
Yeah, man. Another interesting thing about this fight.
You need to involve a lot more components. Artemis is a lot more complex.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, I was just gonna say the only other wild card in this fight, in my mind, is Usyk's a southpaw, right? So if Fury can land that straight right hand, it'll just increase his chances. But we'll see, man.
Yeah, and he's got a long reach as well. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't really care. To be honest. But I'll just say Fury because he's UK. Do you know what I mean? That's it. I'm not a big fan of the Furies. You know, but yeah, fair play to Usyk if he does it. Absolutely fair play.
Complex than Apollo, and that's not a bad thing. Yes, there are going to be delays, setbacks, inefficiencies, bloated budgets, because we're doing things differently now, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a side goal here. A lot of the Artemis project hinges on the development of a fuel depot in orbit, like a big old tank that you can send rockets up to fill with.
Let me just copy that one, Gematria. A nice one. I have got a few movie ones like, but let me just copy this one as well. I'll carry it. I might as well carry on playing this.
Extra fuel, and then those rockets return to Earth. That is more complex than necessary than we need for now for the initial Artemis missions. That's for sure. But it's essential for the future exploration of the solar system. And if NASA and NASA's buddies nail this now, they will be 1 to 2 generations ahead of everyone else in terms of capabilities.
Yeah, my network won't let me have that one. I've got one of them things on it that some sites it doesn't let me have, but some of them it does for some reason. Then it stops, and then the site changes and stuff like that. Yeah, for some reason I can't get that one.
Because if NASA has access to a orbiting fuel depot where they can send anything up into orbit, refuel, and then rocket, that's how you don't just get to the moon. That's how you.
The ones I've got anyway, we'll find that Digstown. They'll definitely find that. I think they've got pretty much everything on there.
You get to Mars, the asteroid belt. That's how you send missions quickly into the outer solar system. If that
is it any known actors, or is it like a kind of indie film, or is it just like unknowns, but it's a good film?
You got
know any of the actors in it.
Louis Gossett Jr. he's the fighter in the movie. If you know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I can't picture it at the minute, but I definitely know the name. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have a look. Yeah.
He's a good actor.
When I even seen what was it called? Cuba Gooding Jr.'s one, Gladiator, I think it was called, and he was really young and skinny in it. But yeah, I've even seen that one. Southpaw is a good one actually. I know up to date one. We Jake Gyllenhaal.
Have you watched Raging Bull?
Raging Bull, yeah, absolutely. Robert De Niro.
Oh man.
Without that, yeah. I don't like how they did the fight scenes. I like the movie because the fight scenes is like you punch down there and I'll punch up here type of thing. You know what I mean? The choreography and the fighting wasn't very good, but good movie. It's based on a true story, obviously. And what it was it Joe? Who did he play? Joe what? Who was the Raging Bull again? Joe who?
Hold on.
It's definitely Joe though, isn't it? I used to get the Raging Bull mixed up with Rocky Marciano. I used to think he was the Raging Bull.
Right.
But he's not. It's Joe. Yeah, I did for some reason. But no, I know now. It's not. It's Joe. Wow. Let me find out. It's quicker on my phone. Raging Bull boxer. Joe LaMotta.
Yeah, Jake LaMotta. Yeah.
Jake LaMotta, not Joe LaMotta. I even got the first one. Jake LaMotta. That's the one. Yeah. Sorry, not Joe LaMotta. What an I. I said it wrong. Numpty.
It's all we get out of the Artemis project for this phase of the Artemis project is the working out the details of.
I'll check it once I leave tonight. Once I come off live tonight, I'll check it out definitely and see if I can fall asleep in front of it, and I'll wake up and watch the rest of it.
An orbiting fuel depot and how to refuel in 0G and freezing cold, which it could be an entire episode of how do we actually do that. That's a game changer right there. And that's a hidden game changer that I don't think a lot of people talk about.
The game changer.
Yes, it's frustrating to see delays and cost overruns and slightly less than impressive rockets. I get it, but that's not the reality we live in. How we got here is a product of hundreds, if not thousands or millions of individual decisions and considerations playing out over decades, trying to make the most of a not so stellar situation where we don't have national focus and priority on beating the Soviets. So we're trying to be smart about it in many different directions. We're trying to be smart engineering-wise, money-wise, financially, and smart politically. Why? So that we never have to retreat from the moon again.
Yeah.
Thank you to Somer L on email for the question that led to today's episode.
Sure. That will do for that then, I think. Yes. I think, let's find the one. I've got to put on a totally change of topic one completely. Where is it? It's here somewhere. I don't want. Oh yeah, that one's the shortest one. There's an 18-minute one, 90-minute one, 14-minute one. 10 fake Chinese foods that may kill you. ham sausages with feathers, snails, frozen feces, and pre-made meat dog rejects. Dare you try? So watch this one, China Observer. Which one?
That seems like
guys, that one or that one?
Religious propaganda, man. That's like a recruitment video. That seemed like a lot of religious propaganda, like a recruitment video. Globe nerds.
Oh, the one we just watched.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So which Chinese fake food will I put on? That one or that one? The 14-minute or the 19-minute? Can you see what I'm putting? Can you see?
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. All right. You can't see what. Oh, you can. Oh, I didn't think you could see them, but you can see. All right. This one sounds the most disgusting, doesn't it? Oh, is that not gone yet? No, it's not. Goodbye. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Why not?
Job done. Perfect. So.
Shut up. I need to get YouTube Premium. I don't want to pay for it though.
Once hailed as I used to pay for it. National snack is made from leftover bone, restaurant swill, and slaughterhouse scraps mashed into bone paste. Do the ingredients look appetizing?
Oh,
the culinary delight that is luo su fen, or Chinese river snail rice noodle, has finally met its downfall. In a shocking.
Sorry for the complete change. You know what I mean? I might as well put on something completely different.
What?
I'm random. You know what I mean? Why not? You don't mind, do you?
Not at all.
You don't mind what's on there? Cool. If you do, I'll easily play something else. But yeah, like I say, it's just a playing out video. It's 19 minutes, so probably take about 19 minutes. I was about to say 15 minutes then. Probably take about, I don't know, 25 minutes by the time we're through it. Half an hour.
Turns out that the secret ingredient behind its pungent aroma is not an exotic spice, but a stinky sauce rumored to be made from human feces. When you find out your favorite prepared dish, like braised pork belly, is actually made from pork.
That can't be real, surely. Do they do this?
I don't think it's kosher.
You don't want to watch that. You don't want to watch that.
Dude, I do.
Pork jowl full of lymph nodes. Can you still eat it? A bottle of Tinghua liquor, priced as high as 58,000 yuan, which is about $8,000 US, turns out to be just double distilled liquor with mint extract. Then there are fire extinguishers that make the fire bigger.
Oh, it's gross. It's gross. It's funny about what? I'm surely I don't get any of that food. I surely haven't ate that. Please don't say I've eaten anything like that. Please, Lord.
Fireproof glass that isn't fireproof at all, and more. These are some fake and shoddy products exposed during this year's CCTV 315 Evening Gala. March 15th is World Consumer Rights Day, and it's only on this day that the CCP will expose some suspected fake and shoddy products and enterprises through its biggest mouthpiece media, CCTV. Although it's mostly just a facade, it still sheds light on some dark secrets. Let's take a look at what's been exposed this year.
Dylan, it's bad, isn't it? It's really bad.
1. Starch sausage made from mashed bone paste. For a long time, many consumers thought that starch sausages, while possibly containing more starch than real meat to lower costs, were at least safe to eat. But recent revelations have been shocking. According to the 315 Evening Gala, some brands of starch sausage products have actually added.
Recent. It said recent. Let me just see how old this video is. That doesn't mean anything, but I just want to. Let's see. Oh, a month ago. It could be something from a while ago, but still, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to see if this was an older video.
I don't know what starch sausage is, but it sounds like gross.
It sounds lovely, doesn't it? Sounds scrumptious.
Bone human consumption. This has breached many people's bottom lines. Because starch sausage is cheap and looks delicious, it is one of the favorite snacks among young people. Therefore, this still sheds light on some dark secrets.
I like seeing things like this, so I know Yeah, I like watching things like this, so I know what to watch out for, just in case it is true. Because I dare say it is. I've seen like how they get some of the oil and stuff. They siphon it back off from back in the bins or down the drains. They siphon it from the drains and get it from there. And I just want I want to know so I know what to steer clear of. You know what I mean?
Let's take a look at what's been exposed this year. 1. Starch sausage made from mashed bone paste.
Sorry, Ryan.
What is that?
I said sorry. What is that? Sausages.
Starch sausage is just hot dogs, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like that type of thing. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it means.
For a long time, many consumers thought that starch sausages.
Sorry, bro. Come on. Starch sausages made from mashed bone.
No, I just didn't know that that's what they were called. Never heard of starch sausages before. I've heard of hot dogs, but I've never heard of starch sausages.
St. John of Scottish sardines from Vietnam. Oh, wow.
While possibly containing more starch than real meat to lower costs, were at least safe to eat. But recent revelations have been shocking. According to the 315...
That's the truth, Dylan, though. Yeah, same as me. So many foods have been... Even like knowing things like peanut butter and that, like you're pretty much guaranteed there's insects crushed in them somehow because of where they come from. How they're made.
Does that really bother you? That doesn't really bother me.
No, the peanut butter.
As long as I don't find a whole bug in my stuff. But the thought that Mountain Dew would dissolve a whole rat so that it's not possible that it would be in that's insane.
The bug thing, I've ate bugs, I've ate dried bugs and stuff like that anyway. But
I don't see what's the big deal.
So that doesn't bother me so much, but it will with some people. It will with some
that wouldn't
people.
Bother
it's the same
me.
as when they say that.
But the problem is that they would start out as selling you bugs, and then the next thing you know, they're selling you powdered something else, right? They're not selling you bugs; they're selling you some other crap.
And they say this the same as well as the dye for M&Ms. They say that's made out of bugs as well, some kind of coloring from bugs of some sort.
Well, it
doesn't bother me. No, that doesn't bother me.
Everything
like
that has a coating on it.
Yeah,
black.
I know.
Like everything. Like
all
it tells you. It tells you. All have that.
It tells you in peanut butter that there's a chance that there's insects.
Oh, you don't want to know what's in a Twinkie. Have you ever looked at a Twinkie lately? It's the greasiest, spongiest, nastiest stuff that you've ever seen in here. I want to eat them.
I've seen them straining some sponges like Twinkies nut through like a sieve, and it's got like fibers in it, like stringy fibers.
They put sawdust.
It's awful and stuff. Definitely.
It's actually what do they call it? I forget what they call the cellulose. That's what they call it, cellulose. They put it in all kinds of things, like powdered sugar. They put it in all kinds of things because it helps keep. It's an anti-caking agent, but it's really not good for you. And it makes it makes your bowels not antic. It gives you diarrhea, and I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but
things like bugs and that don't bother me. But when it comes to this, you
know how to make a cake, right? It's literally eggs, flour, butter, and what? Milk, right? And water, right? Like, then why is it that there's 50 ingredients on a Twinkie? Can you explain that to me? Like, there's almost 50 ingredients here. I'm like, besides the water and the sugar and the flour, like, what else do you need besides an egg or something, right, to make it stick together? And then, of course, there's going to be some vegetable oil in there, right? Because, they soak it with vegetable oil, so it tastes really good and it doesn't go bad. But it's like, it's insane, like, that there's that many ingredients in a Twinkie. And it really doesn't make it taste, it really doesn't make it last very long. It still gets stale after a few months. It's not like, maybe it never goes bad looking. Maybe it never gets moldy, but like, I could care less whether it gets moldy or not.
Don't tell me there's rat shit in chocolate, Dylan. Don't tell me that.
Oh, dude, there's lots of stuff in chocolate. Sugar, you don't even know. My grandma worked at a sugar factory, and she said that you would never eat sugar again if you saw what came in with the damn sugar cane. She goes,
Yeah.
sometimes we would find human body parts in there. I was like, what? She goes, yes, we have literally found like people's fingers, like they, it got for whatever reason, it got lopped off in some process that they were doing, or they were cutting some stock or whatever, they were cutting and it comes in on a boat. So God only knows where that finger came from. It might have come from some guy in Africa or who knows where, like wherever they grow sugar, right?
Dude,
but
it's nasty.
Yeah, it's
nasty,
insane. Like, my grandma said, no, you would not want to eat it. She goes, the reason why they have to bleach it is because the brown part of it is not just the molasses. She says a lot of that brown is just dirt that they can't get out of it, because they basically have to cook it to get the sugars out of it, right? And then they concentrate it, and there's no real way to like clean it without spending lots of money, so they don't. They just go ahead and dry it out, and then they crystallize it, and then they just shake. They basically filter and they blow out the dirt after it's crystallized. It's really kind of gross. And then they bleach it somehow. I forget how it all works. And then they break it down in small, they break the crystals down in smaller pieces. But it's I don't know. My grandma said that she goes, trust me, you would never want to work there. She goes, that or a cheese factory. She says, any place that makes cheese, she goes, you don't want to work there. She goes, you'll never eat cheese again. But she eats cheese, but she told me that normal people wouldn't be able to eat. It's kind of like, you think certain things, like if you ever watch an animal being slaughtered, it's not a pretty thing, right? It's a horrible, nasty, disgusting thing, right? It's not for the lighthearted, but it's really not that big a deal after the initial, like, the animal passes away. Then it's not that big a deal, but the part of actually putting it to, you know what I'm saying, cutting it, we're doing whatever you do, unaliving it, however you say it that nicely. But
Absolutely.
I've actually witnessed that. Like it was the first for me, but I was pretty young. I think I was 21 or 2 or something like that. And I was working on a bee farm, and we went to this place. It was like right after I started working there, and there was some guys, and I guess they own the farm there, and there was like this big area, and it was all it was like in the middle of nowhere. Well, not in the middle of nowhere, but in the middle of a field, right? Like where the bees were, and there was a bunch of different kinds of trees growing and all that. And so we were putting the bees out, but they were slaughtering a cow. And I guess the owner of the property has cattle, and he brings them in and he slaughters them right there. He's got this building where he does it. And they literally took this machine and grabbed it by its legs and lifted it up and, did it right there in front of us. It was like, whoa, I did not expect that. Like it was a little bit, like it freaked me out just a little bit. I've seen like I've seen them do it like in a meat factory, like where they have guns and whatever, and they, the machines that they do it with, but I've never actually seen somebody do it by just, you know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah, Dylan Harris said you don't want to get, you don't want to get Dylan Harris said you don't want to get shredded cheese, and then he said it has a nasty
very
coating on it to keep it from sticking
really
together.
Yeah, it's very gruesome.
Of course,
because of the quantity of blood that it contains, their bodies contain. Yeah, it's very, very gruesome. It's like
same as that little one. He says you don't want to know.
It turned my stomach just a little bit just seeing all that blood. I was like, oh my goodness, and it looks just like our blood. So it's very, very.
Later on, he said you don't want to know what's in. Later on, he said you don't want to know what's in it. You don't want to know what's in energy drinks. No, you're right. I don't think I do want to know. No, because I drink them.
You don't.
Not a lot, but I do drink them.
Trust me, there's probably human whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Probably
DNA or something in there. Who knows?
I've probably swallowed
some nasty stuff, but I don't want to know. I don't drink them anymore. I've stopped. I'm afraid of coffee drinks even nowadays. Anything that's not, I don't brew myself. I don't really trust it.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of lemonade out of a jar. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to look at it carefully and think to myself, is this real? Like when it has real lemon bits in it, it's like, well, if it's lemonade, obviously it has lemon bits in it. But like, why would it say it has lemon bits instead of just real lemon? It's like creepy, right?
Bogging, as we say up in Scotland, bogging, absolutely bogging.
Evening Gala. Some brands of starch sausage products have actually added bone to human consumption. This has breached many people's bottom lines. Because starch sausage is cheap and looks delicious, it is one of the favorite snacks among young people. Therefore, this news immediately sparked discussions on social media and even trended on the top search list. Many young people lament that they've come to the point of eating starch sausage, only to find out it contains bone paste, which only animals eat. Starch sausage doesn't just contain starch, it also contains meat, but this meat is called bone paste. some dead livestock, leftover bones, restaurant swill, and slaughterhouse scraps can all be made into bone paste. So any food containing bone paste is secret. Let's take a look.
When it comes to meat and that, when it comes to processed meat and stuff, we kind of knew that anyway. I think we all kind of know what processed meat the kind of process it goes through and what's in it. It's just a chance we take with that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, they
what's
usually
been
will tell
exposed
you
this year.
what percent is like, all pig or whatever, but it all comes from the animal. It's not like they're putting, I mean, unless, like I said,
the part of the animal. That's the thing.
And that they're putting cornstarch in it instead of meat, so it fluffs it up and it. That's ridiculous.
When they say it's like 100% beef,
I thought it was just. I thought hot dogs were just lard with some gelatin and stuff in there. I didn't even know it was meat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When they say it's like 100% beef, yes, it might be 100% beef because it's from the animal, but what bloody part of the animal? That's the thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, does it really matter? I mean, if it's edible, and
if it's its asshole, if it's its asshole, then it matters.
I mean, I don't see. I mean, but if you can eat the asshole. I mean, it actually sells on the stock market, dude.
I'm not into women.
Belly sells on the market. I'm dead serious. Pork belly includes their innards and their intestines, bro. Like
I know they do. I know they do.
Sausage made from mashed bone paste. For a long time, many consumers thought that starch sausages, while possibly containing more starch than real meat to lower costs, were at least safe to eat. But recent revelations have been shocking. According to the 315 Evening Gala, some brands of starch sausage products have actually added bone human consumption.
It's going back.
This has breached many people's bodies, not just bone paste. On March 17th, a consumer in Dalian even found chicken feathers in the starch sausage. When I was almost done eating the sausage, I found a chicken feather inside, which was gross.
Sorry, was you talking?
Okay, that's disgusting. They're supposed to cook that down. There's not supposed to be any feathers and stuff in there. That's the risk you run, though, when you buy something that says pork, beef, it says basically human, hoof, whatever, you don't know what's in there. It might be insect or it might be mammal, it might be lizard, who knows. They'll feed you anything. Trust me, dude, they do this all the time. They'll take part of an animal and they'll grind it up into some kind of powder and then they'll mix it with something else and they'll sell it as a food service. They'll sell it. I'm dead serious. They've been caught many times. Like I've heard of lots of lawsuits with restaurants where they start buying meat that has literally got horse meat in it. It's like part of it is because of where they bought the meat from. It's not like their fault, but just it so happens that that's weird, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I almost threw up everything I ate last night. It's too unsanitary. If he had seen this following video, he might have understood why there were chicken feathers in the sausage. This is a small factory that produces meat filling. We could see a worker throwing an unskinned dead chicken directly into a blender. The mixed meat.
Wow.
Everything.
The whole freaking chicken.
Right. I doubt highly that everybody does it this way, but these guys are obviously some scam artists.
No, of course. These are the lowest.
I don't know. I tend not to believe this stuff. This is the worst of the worst, I'm sure, but just the fact that they caught these guys or they whatever, they set them up or whatever, and they did this. It's just crazy. But I've always heard that this is how they make chicken McNuggets. So I mean, maybe it's not a joke. Maybe it's really true.
Yeah, maybe it's true, dude. Wow. Well, Ryan's dropped. Not Ryan. Matthew's dropped it.
Gross.
Falls directly onto a mat on the ground. Then two other workers collect it in a large plastic bag to be sold.
I don't know. I think probably. That fake video though, I just tend to think it's fake because that's not even sanitary for them to do it like on the floor in the freaking warehouse. Come on, this is just I find this hard that anybody would do it. I don't know. Come on, there's some kind of food service inspections or something between. Maybe they're just making this and then selling it to whoever on the street.
Yeah, you were roboting a little bit there. Right. Somebody said John.
I think it's bullshit.
Hold on. John says Kentucky Fried Cyst. Yeah, dude, shoveling that shit. Yeah, definitely. Right off the floor. That's China for you wouldn't feel.
It's 100% whole chicken, right?
Oh my God, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. It's crazy stuff, man. Ugh.
Sold as finished meat filling to unscrupulous merchants who make fake food unfit for consumption. After this bone paste starch sausage incident, not only did it shock consumers, but it also affected street vendors who make a living selling grilled sausages. After watching the 3:15 evening gala, this
Sorry?
I said, did you notice that all those chickens were already dead?
Yeah, I
like
did.
They were killed like somewhere and then put in that truck. So God only knows how long they sat in the back of that truck in the heat, right? And just gross. The thought of that
That's awful.
It does turn my. I mean, it doesn't make me sick, even though I just ate. But yeah, I mean, honestly though, that you know what I'm saying. Like if I saw that in real life, if I saw that, if I walked into that, I would flip out. I would not only flip. I might actually hurt somebody there. You know, I might actually pull something and do something crazy, bro. That would piss me off.
You would, bro.
This vendor who sells grilled sausages at a stall cut all of her stored sausages and threw them away. She knew she could no longer make a living. 2. Prepared braised pork belly with preserved vegetables made from pork jowl. Braised pork belly with preserved vegetables is a must-have dish for Chinese New Year's. Its vibrant color and succulent taste make it suitable for all ages. In recent years, this dish has become one of
I love belly pork. I hope it's not the same belly pork I eat.
the top-selling prepared dishes. However, what you may not know is that instead of using pork belly as a
yeah, there's only a little bit of meat on it, but like a tiny strip of but most of it's fat, but it's really nice.
Yeah,
crispy.
Right.
Yeah, I like it. I like it, but yeah, it doesn't look too tasty there. But
yeah, no, it's good when it's smoked and it's cured and all that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is good, but that doesn't mean it's good for you. I'm just saying.
No. Well, even pork, I mean, you can taste it. It has got an earthy taste to it. It does taste a little earthy. It's different tasting from the other meats. You know what I mean? But it's got a kind of earthy taste to it, I find. Like a musky, earthy taste. Yeah, so I can understand that.
Main ingredient, some unscrupulous merchants have substituted it with inferior pork jowl, which is a meat that is between the pig head and torso. Since this part of the meat contains a large amount of lymph nodes, it's not recommended for consumption. When reporters from CCTV posed as buyers and conducted undercover...
Hi, John, of feces keto diet. Oh, definitely, man.
Yeah. Feces is a big problem in a meat factory because when they're slaughtering the cattle, you know, their excrement's going everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it gets all over their boots. It gets all over everything. That's why they have to wash it constantly and all that. That's why you're supposed to cook the meat really well on the outside to make sure it kills any of those germs, because you know there's going to be feces on there.
Yeah,
cow feces isn't as gross as human, but still, it's still nasty, you know.
Glenn just add a little more salt. Glenn just said, "I just add a little more salt." I couldn't be a butcher either, Dylan.
A little extra large.
I mean,
like the Mexicans do. Yeah, they put
meat, but when it can cut meat and all that, but when it comes to like the innards and all that stuff, I'm not too keen on that. I mean, I used to gut fish, big fish as well, and that didn't bother me too much. But you know, and then even though the tripe, all the gutting, the innards that we did from fish, we had to freeze it, and it was sold for cat food to a place in France. That was when I lived up in Scotland, obviously, the town I'm from. But yeah, I used to deal with that then. But I would like to be a butcher dealing with it all the time. Sorry?
Like imagine trying to slaughter or kill, like clean something that's warm. I did not expect it to gross me out, but it did. I couldn't do it. Like I tried to clean a squirrel. Like you know, my when I was working for the bee farm, my boss was killing these squirrels that were constantly like they were chewing the tree up, and anyway he shoot them out of the tree. And I was like, "What are you gonna do with them?" And he goes, "I'm gonna throw them away." And I'm like, "You can eat them, can't you?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, you could if you wanted to. They're good to eat." And I said, "Well, I'm gonna take one home and whatever." So I took it home, and I couldn't clean it. I couldn't do it. It was warm, and I don't know. There was just something gross about it. And I've cleaned many fish, bro, turtles, frogs, all kinds of things, but I've never cleaned anything warm-blooded. It freaked me out. I was like, I don't think I can do everything.
Yeah, it's different. It's different, because it's different. Because like Dylan Heron says, you got fish, me as well. I'm from a fishing town. Fraserburgh's a fishing town, so it's all fish factories there and fish trawler boats that used to go out to sea and that. So yeah, I can deal with fish, but no, not when it comes to all the innards and that. Definitely not. I agree with you.
Maybe a larger fish might, but nah. Especially like like cat, whatever.
I've done really big fish. I've done like 6 foot eels and stuff like that. So I've done large.
Their guts aren't really that gross.
Yeah,
really.
I've done
like
large.
a little. There's their stomach, and then there's like a little float, and then there's some like liver and whatever. There's not much in there. I mean, and it's all like in a little sack. If you pull it out right, it comes out.
It comes out. And if you do it properly, it comes out in a 1 hour. You know what I mean? You get it all in 1 hour. It's easy enough.
You're carving
even with the bigger
the
fish.
easier it is. Yeah.
I've seen some things in fish though. I've seen fish inside fish. I've seen door hinges inside fish, metal objects and everything inside fish.
I've had catfish swallow all kinds of things. Live crabs. I found live crabs inside of catfish stomach. I found knives. All kinds of things like balloons. Just any kind of crazy thing you could think of. Sinkers, hooks, fish hooks, just like tangled up in some, like some old fishing line, just a hook inside the back of their stomach. I'm like, what is this? Like, I don't know how they would have digested it. It would have got stuck, I think.
Yeah, I remember my mates up in Scotland. He had she had a couple of Neapolitan Mastiff dogs, and they used to swallow socks whole, and it come out the other end no problem, all twisted up, but it came out the other end no problem. A sock just swallowed. How can you swallow a sock? How can anybody swallow a sock? How can you let a sock touch their teeth?
I would think unless it was like some kind of fake material, I think it would digest, wouldn't it? Like if you ate cotton, you wouldn't shit it out. You digest it.
It did. This dog crapped the sock out the other end, no problem.
Yeah, it was probably made out of nylon or something. That's crazy. Like I would think it would have got stuck somewhere, like on the corner or something. I'm hoping it was a small sock, not like a knee high, like a soccer sock.
Everybody's socks. Neapolitan Mastiffs are big dogs, but it was big. Normal adult socks, kid socks, any socks.
How? Jeez.
I don't know, dude. I do not know. Both of the dogs did it. Both of the dogs. It wasn't a trick. It definitely did
it. Well, no, I know it. I believe you. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, trust me. My stepmom's dog ate a whole jar of Vaseline one time, and we thought it was going to kill the dog. I really did. I thought it was going to kill it, and it didn't. It actually made the dog healthy. The dog crapped a whole bunch of weird stuff, and then the dog was like running around all happy for like 2 weeks, bro. It was really strange. It was like I was like, you know what? That actually might be a good idea to do once in a while. Like just take a big old spoonful of it, and then I was watching something on TikTok the other day. And there was this woman talking about it, that she was saying if you mix it with certain things, you won't taste it, and you can eat it, and it's actually good for you. It helps it helps like get things that are stuck in your body out, so they don't get lodged and cause what do they call
it's not getting lodged with that amount of.
I'm talking about like when you get something stuck in your bowels. Yeah, they say that it's better than fiber, and I was like, what?
Yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy. Well, Dylan says dogs have a pretty simple digestive system, so it's maybe what it is. Maybe they've got maybe they haven't got small intestine, maybe it's big intestine straight to the buttholes and right. I don't know.
Well, actually, a dog would they're normally a scavenger, so they would eat vegetables and they have a very similar stomach to people, but not quite. You know what I mean? Like their base mineral is vitamin K, whereas ours is proteins and carbohydrates. You know what I'm saying? Theirs is like literally vitamin K. Like I think 5 to 10% of their food is literally vitamin K. That's why they're called canines. It's literally part of their diet. Yeah. And canines normally get those vitamins from certain elements and things like that. They eat things that you wouldn't believe, like dirt, all kinds of weird stuff. Dogs are weird.
And Glenn says dogs eat bones. Is that really simple? Well, they do eat bones, I suppose, but they tend to crunch them up a little bit, don't they? Just make them smaller.
Yeah, but they eat them for the marrow. They don't usually.
Yeah. The marrow. I know chicken bones.
Bone marrow is very good for you, but I would say that an animal carcass that's been cleaned and then went in the back of a truck and then went across, because I see these trucks going from Southern California all the way up north, and I don't know where they go, but I've heard that there's a glue factory or something, or a Jello factory somewhere up north, and I literally see like dead animal bones, that have been clean. You can still see like meat still attached to the bone a little bit, and you can see them on the side of the road where they blow out of the trucks, bro. It's pretty gross. Like I'm sure that it's sanitary and all that because they're just getting the bone marrow and they blast off all whatever meat. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, but the point is that this is like literally bone carcasses from cows that they just slaughtered, and they're driving them across the from wherever to wherever in an open. It's literally open. It's not even sealed or nothing. There's no intent. There's no what do you call that? Nobody's trying to like make sure it's sanitary. It's just literally going to be like cooked down and then made into bone marrow, whatever, but into jello, whatever. So,
Got you. So I say Dylan Aaron says maybe simple is the wrong word, law, but definitely different than ours. We couldn't pass a sock. I wouldn't want to eat a sock to try and pass a sock. That's for sure. I couldn't let it pass my teeth. If it touched my teeth, I would cringe. Oh no.
I don't know. I used to think a lot of things were gross, right? Like raw fish and things. But you know what? After I tried, like when they're cooked and they're mixed with other things and they're not just raw fish by themselves, they do actually taste very good. And raw fish is actually good for you, but only if it's fresh and it's not full of parasites.
I eat raw salmon, Scottish salmon, sliced Scottish salmon. Not smoked. It's smoked, but it's raw. It's definitely still raw, but it's smoked salmon.
You're talking about
Scottish salmon slices.
The raw stuff or the cooked stuff?
Yeah, raw. It's raw Scottish salmon sliced.
But it's raw. But it's smoked, whole smoke. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. But it's smoked.
They call it locks. I think that's what we call it locks or whatever they call them locks here.
Yeah.
So the smoked salmon is usually the dry stuff that's been cooked. It's
and
like
the best
slightly, but it's not cooked. But it's
and the best way to try it. The best way to find out the quality of beef, the best way to test out the quality of beef is to eat it raw.
Cream cheese and an English muffin and some tomato and maybe some
paper. With meat.
Oh my god!
With beef. Listen, with beef, the best way to test it out for quality is by tasting it raw. To be honest, that's what a lot of people say. Taste it raw is the best way to taste the quality of beef. Sort of thing, and I've tried raw bacon. I've tried raw beef. I wouldn't live on it, but I'm not adverse to trying it now and again. Definitely not. Don't mind some raw stuff.
I don't know. I've been eating meat for so long, and I've known where it came from for so long, and it's never really bothered me. Of course, I've never actually found like feathers in my hot dogs, but I mean, if I did. If I started finding that, I'd just stop eating them. I don't think it would be would just be the end of that, right? But for me, that's just I would never trust them again. But there's also hot dogs that are very expensive hot dogs, and they're not just made out of starch and stuff. Maybe there's some in there, but in order to make it bond together. But that's the whole idea, right? Like I prefer like real sausages that are made from like raw meat that's stuffed into the carcass, and then it's you know what I mean? That's the kind of sausage I like. But I also like blood sausage too, and I like bangers. I like all that weird stuff. I don't know why I like it. I just do. It tastes good, and it's good for you. I know it's good for me. So I've eaten so much and I've gained lots of weight plenty of times doing it. So.
Yeah. Glenn says my dog once ate a big chunk of beach towel. Yeah, see, if we can pass beach towel, they can bloody pass salt. Yeah, wow. Crazy.
A beach towel. Right. I hope it wasn't like what I'm thinking, dude. My beach towels are like. Thick, dude. They're like Egyptian. They're like from Costco or whatever. They're expensive. Like I even use them on the car, and it doesn't even phase them. You go wash them, and they never look old or nothing. They're awesome. If a dog swallowed one of those, I'd guarantee you it would get stuck halfway in there, bro. There's no way.
He thought he was a moth.
Covered investigations at a ready-made food factory in Fuyang City. They uncovered an industry secret that has long existed. Although the merchants claimed to have removed the lymph glands, the lymph nodes were still visible on the cooked meat. While the staff insisted that the cooked pork jowl tastes no different from pork belly, when asked whether this lymphatic meat is harmful to human health, one worker said, "I wouldn't eat it." The reporter also visited another ready-made food factory, and what he saw was
probably the normal reaction from people who work with food. I won't eat it. I mean, I work with it. I'm not eating it. But
this makes me. This bothers me because I don't want to know these things. Because that means that anything that comes and has Japanese writing on it, I have to assume is probably made in one of these crappy, nasty factories. Even though I know that's not true, I still have to. I have to assume that there's a possibility that I could end up like somebody else. And you know what? It wouldn't bother me if I thought that it might not hurt me, but what if it did hurt me? Like, what if I got sick or something was in there and you know what I mean? Like, that would just be a horrible thought, that I was so cheap that I couldn't afford steak that I went and bought hot dogs and then died from something that came out. That's horrible, you know? You know what I mean? Like, I remember like in the days when people used to make fun of me and my grandma because we would save the bacon fat and we would mix it in with other stuff that we'd make for our meals, and it made everything taste good. And it's like, it makes people eat food. Like, a lot of times you know, stuff just isn't good, you know, but you've got to eat it because it's all you can grow on your farm. So, you know, you get stuck with it. You know, like if you grow a whole crop full of tomatoes, you got to find a way to eat them. You know, you make sausage, you make, you know, you do whatever you can. You pickle some of them, you do all kinds of stuff with them. You know, you make sauce. There's just so many things you can do with it, right? But I guess that's where it stems from, you know. So you use, you just put bacon fat on everything, and everything tastes great.
Glenn said, pet food with ingredients from China has killed many pets in America. Guaranteed, dude.
Yeah, I don't even want to know what they even put more because there's no regulation really on it. I don't think. There's very little. Ridiculous. Even though they claim that animals have more rights than we do, that's really not true.
I've seen maybe than cat food.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Upon entering the premise, we found a large amount of frozen pork shells piled up in the yard.
Making cat food,
some of the
food. that I would believe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Without a doubt, dude.
Which is really
other packaging had been opened and exposed. The forklifts used to move the meat to and from the food processing workshop had zero sanitation protocols. The workshop was even more filthy, with sewage flowing across the floor. The thawed raw meat and cooked meat piled directly on the countertops. Even bags containing raw meat were placed directly on cooked meat. The packaging and processing areas were equally chaotic. It's worth noting that their products are divided into different grades, including prepared dishes made from real pork belly.
Different grades? What you mean? There's a grade to it. It's not just all.
Well, yeah, slop, because if it looks like neck, then people know it,
right? Like from Michelin star to crap. I can't believe.
Well, there is no Michelin. I don't think there's any Michelin star food coming out of this place.
I know they do. I remember working in fish.
But this is probably what comes in those little packets. That
no, definitely not. I'm jesting, man. That's for sure. Yeah, that's it, dude.
I'm kidding.
Wow.
Which is much more expensive. However, they don't specify
factory, dude.
This on the packaging of the prepared dishes. These are differentiated by their respective packaging colors and are sold to different distributors. During the investigation, the person in charge of these pre-made food companies said as long as the sales of the prepared dishes continue to boom, their business has become popular.
So, right.
I said, I don't know. I don't know what I said.
Both production and sales booming. They are busy from.
So, go on again.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Okay.
I think there's a delay.
Morning to night, all year round. On the evening of March 15th, the local market supervision in Fuyang, so it's mostly just a starch sausage made from mashed bone paste. Unedible parts need to be removed before meat products are put on market.
Where was I? I wasn't that far. It was further than that. I was further than that.
I think it's bad what they do with
counter preserved meat like this while dining out. Definitely don't eat it.
And stuff when they kill them, it's horrible. I'm never gonna eat that nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I've never had it before.
So look at all those lymph nodes on it. This is clearly preserved meat.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
It is awful.
Made from lymphatic meat.
Yeah, you might as well
this
call
is the preserved meat our restaurant owner bought online for 12.9
somewhere.
12.9 yen. 12.9 yen.
Yeah, so
wow.
It's like $10.
Nothing. It's crap.
Cost you $10. $10 for poison. Yeah. Basically, right?
Per 500 grams.
I wouldn't feed that to my dog.
Intending to use it as restaurant ingredients.
No, you wouldn't. Look at that. It's awful.
You see, this is how it looks when you open the package. The meat seemed to be covered with a layer of glue and was shiny and oily. When you touch it, it feels a bit like plastic. Let's slice it and see what it looks like inside. Those unfamiliar with food ingredients might not see any problems, but those who understand can clearly see that this is lymphatic meat. Stir-frying it makes it even easier to tell. The owner said she bought it to make stir-fried garlic moss with preserved meat, but as soon as I saw it, I knew there was something wrong with it. How can this be sold? What if customers have issues after eating it? So I asked.
It doesn't even look right. It just looks like fat.
No, it looks like octopus arms that are smashed or something.
Lymph
Yeah,
nodes.
it's gross. Yeah, which is basically a not normal growth that cows get from taking those hormones that they give them to make them grow fast. They get all kinds of cysts in their neck. That's why they don't sell the meat as for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's full of like cancerous. Ugh, that's just nasty. I mean, not that it probably isn't edible. If they were grinding it up and putting it in dog food, it'd be one thing. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? Like a dog probably wouldn't notice the difference. But that's just kind of nasty when you think about it. You're making. Remind me to never eat anything that looks like that.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
I want to see the animal. I want to see the animal
merchant to the platform. Now take another look at the large particles on this meat. You can instantly tell it's lymphatic meat. These meat buns smell delicious, but I dare not eat them. Today, let me reveal what kind of meat some bun shops like this use as fillings. This bag of meat is only around 10 yuan. I wonder if you've ever bought pork for 4 yuan per pound. These are all meat scraps, also known as meat residue, which are the leftover soaked fat and some bad meat from a pork stall. Some pieces of meat may have a few yellow granular parts, which are lymph nodes. Families don't buy such meat. It's usually purchased by unscrupulous merchants to make meat fillings for steamed buns or dumplings. Now, let's throw these meat scraps into the meat grinder and grind them into minced meat. It's Mouthpiece Media.
Oh, I've done it again. Sorry, trying to pause it. I've done it again. It was definitely past. It was about there. That'll do.
There you go.
Soaked fat and some bad meat from a pork.
Sorry, I got to stand up for a sec. My butt's killing. 2 seconds. Oh, that's still so sore after a while. Well, it's nearly 4 hours, isn't it? Nearly 4 hours I've been sitting in this blooming stool.
Maybe longer.
I'm definitely finishing after
you've gotten up to go to the bathroom 2 or 3 times, and I've gone to pick up my daughter
twice.
I've done some other things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's still blooming sore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Luckily, I move around a lot. So. My legs fall.
Some pieces of meat may have a few yellow granular parts, which are lymph nodes. Families don't buy such meat. It's usually purchased by unscrupulous merchants to make meat fillings for steamed buns or dumplings. Now, let's throw these meat scraps into the meat grinder and grind them into minced meat. Can you still tell if the meat looks good or not? But if you look closely, you can still see the lymph nodes inside. Add some salt, MSG, and pepper. This is a meat flavoring enhancer.
MSG and everything, isn't there? It's a preservative, isn't it?
You know what MSG allows you to do? You can literally take rotten meat that smells rancid and pour that on it and cook it, and it will taste good. That's disgusting.
Wow. Isn't that mad? It is mad, yeah.
That's what it is. It's literally a thing that causes your tongue to taste good things. It's like it causes a chemical reaction. It's really gross. It really is, because that's the reason why they use it, is so that they can cook like meat that's spoiled, like literally like spoiled meat, and then they can cook it, and then you won't notice it, because normally you'd smell it, even though it was cooked, you'd smell that rottenness, but you can't with the glutamate. It does something that changes. It's disgusting.
Curry powder at one point was used. Curry powder was used at one point to hide the taste of rotten meat as well. At one point, that's why they used to use strong curry. At one point, to hide the taste of rotten meat.
Then add some preservatives for the dumpling filling. Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, green onions. Now mix them evenly and make a few dumplings to steam. These dumplings look really nice, and when you open it, they smell delicious too. You can hardly tell the quality of the meat filling. 3. Adding stinky sauce to luo su fen. Luo su fen, which smells bad but tastes delicious, has become popular nationwide in recent years, even exported overseas.
I don't like the look of that at all. Oh, what the hell? Does that look like chicken feet?
You don't want to know what it is. You don't want to.
It's chicken feet, isn't it?
It's like chicken
seeds.
It's guts and everything.
The 315 Evening Gala exposed a Luo su fen shop in Chengdu, where the storage cabinets and sauce bottles emitted strange odors. The kitchen environment was filthy, the walls were turning black, all the ingredients were expired, the materials were piling up like mountains. What's even more
yeah, Dylan, just fix it with some sauce. Yeah, just put some ketchup on it, it'll be all right.
A little horsey sauce.
Unbearable is that to make the Lul, although it's mostly just
oh,
the
wow,
facade,
Pete,
it's still sanitary handling practices.
I did it again. What a numpty. It's fine. It was about there. Hold on, 11. No, it was a bit before that. There. Oh, there. Yeah, it was definitely about that. Sorry. I keep, every time I go to pause it, I keep flicking it right here, you know, just above the pause button, and I flick it back to the start. That's what I was doing before when I was thinking, I've seen this bit. What's going on? I kept flicking it back.
Knock it out.
4 famous bubble tea brands using expired ingredients. The bubble tea industry also became a focus
He likes this stuff, bubble tea.
Of attention during the 3:15 evening gala. Well-known stores like Good Me, Chop Panda, Shui, and others were exposed for using expired.
Sorry?
I think this is one of those things that my daughter likes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's quite, yeah, a lot of people like it now. I mean, I have tried a little bit of the ball
like
stuff. It's a bit weird for
balls
me.
sunk into a coffee or something, or into milk. It's
gross. Yeah, I've tried the balls and that and juice, but they're not for me. They're not for me. I don't like them.
It's like basically it. You could compare it to like Southern like gravy. That's what it's basically made out of. It's gravy that they put into fruit drinks. It's just nasty when you really think it's just rice flour, which is gravy. Like they got to mix it with something to make it gelatinized, right? So they have to mix it with some kind of fat in order to get it to bond, right? So think about that, or whatever they call that. Yeah, just think about it.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, Moomin, how you doing, man? You just popped in to say what the F are we watching? This fake food Chinese type stuff, but we have watched like a couple of things to do with NASA and all that from the start. This is just the end of the night. This is like nearly my 4th hour in. So yeah, it's just the end of the night sort of thing. Tonight was more like it was why they haven't been back to the moon, because they can't go there. But yeah, we was just watching a couple of videos and that, and commenting that through it. Bubble tea, Dylan, is it's just like they've got these it's like these ball things with juice with some kind of flavored stuff inside that they put them in a certain tea, and you pop them in your mouth or you just swallow them. They've got a flavor inside of them. Vicky likes them, but I don't like the texture of them. They're weird, they're like, remind me of frog spawn, big frog spawn.
I think it reminds me more of like bean curd. It reminds me of tofu only made out of rice. It's just kind of creepy, but I don't think it tastes bad. I just think it's creepy that you want to put rice flour. I mean, I get it. They make rice candy, right? But it's just weird.
Yeah. It is weird.
Ingredients and having unsanitary handling practices. It came as a shock to consumers. Shui was caught changing the expiration dates and labels of ingredients and using ingredients that had been left overnight. Even more bewildering is the method they used to determine if ingredients had expired, which was simply by tasting them. Stores of Good Me and Chop Panda were found to mix expired ingredients with fresh ones. In one Chop Panda store, they even changed the...
I thought they said chopped panda then. It was Chop Panda. They were on about chopped panda. Like, panda in the mix.
They're talking about a tree. They're talking about
I know, I get it now. I get it.
Chop Panda. They put Chop Panda there. What the hell?
They're an endangered species, man.
Well, that might actually be more normal, and I'd rather see him doing that than even know the nasty cyst and stuff. That's gross.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Expiration date labels after inspection personnel left in the evening. Most surprisingly, Pagoda turned rotten fruits in the store into high-end fruit platters. Employees said it didn't matter if the fruits were rotten. Customers couldn't tell the difference. It's worth noting that these exposed bubble tea shops are all well-known chain brands. If their management is in such a state, we can only wonder about the conditions in smaller shops.
We can tell the difference.
5. The Tinghua liquor, priced at 58.
It was nasty. I've stopped buying them. I just buy the fruit and then cut it up myself. It's easier.
Absolutely. I mean,
1,600 yen per bottle. Since 2020, a so-called high-end business liquor called Tinghua Liquor has
Tinghua.
appeared on the consumer market. With extensive advertising campaigns, this relatively unknown liquor has become widely recognized in just 3 years. What's even more astonishing is its price. It's reported that the standard edition of Tinghua Liquor is priced around 6,000 yuan, while the premium edition with 53% alcohol costs a staggering 58,600 yuan. A CCTV reporter visited a Tinghua Liquor experience store where advertisements claim the liquor has various health benefits.
And it is presented nicely as well, isn't it? It does look nice. Wow.
Yeah, if you put it
shows
in
how,
a suitcase and all that, yeah, you can sell it for more.
Yeah, it shows how
But
deceiving it is.
if
Shows
it
how
tastes like
deceiving
crap,
it is.
people will know and they'll stop buying it. Trust me. Most people are smart. Like I've tasted, back when I used to drink, I've tried some really expensive whiskeys that were really old, like 80-year-old and whatever, Scotch and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, some of it was good and some of it was just horrible. It was just disgusting.
Yeah.
It was like, what is that? It tastes like a rotten wood, like somebody left wood to rotten water or something. It tasted like a pond,
sometimes
you know
that's
what I
what it's
mean?
like.
Like nasty stuff.
Yeah.
But they were like, oh no, this is expensive stuff. I'm like, dude, I ain't drinking that nasty stuff, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Some of it
dropped it on
definitely
the
does
floor,
taste like
man.
wood. Some of it definitely does taste like the wood. Crazy.
That's natural. I'm like, no, it ain't. That won't grow hair on your chest. That'll make the hair fall out.
Including boosting immunity, improving
Yeah.
sleep, enhancing male function,
Grow hair in your palms, man.
Yeah. Makes your pee-pee
regulating
firm. That's why
physiological
you need
disorders and anti-aging properties, and
anti-aging. It's just watered down
He
alcohol.
even told
dude.
reporters that the health benefits of Tinghua Liquor are internationally patented. Public records show that Qinghai Spring Medicinal is behind Tinghua Liquor.
Moomin says, I got sake at a
Spring
sushi
water
place. My
that's
girls
made
like,
into
and it was so rotten. I asked them if sake was kombucha, were the same thing. If sake and kombucha are the same thing. Sake's is like Japanese
Basically, it's rotten gut.
liquor, made out of rice, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's made out of rice, isn't it?
Sour mash or whatever.
Sake.
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah,
tried
rice
it.
wine.
I've never tried it.
It's spoiled rice that's fermented,
Yeah.
yes, and then they extract the alcohol. But that's different because when they extract the alcohol, they use a still and they remove all the contaminants. That's different, like that's what good liquor. That's how good liquor is made. But you can make it wrong, right? But what I think what he's going to tell you is that they're taking this really, really cheap alcohol and they're watering it down and then selling it to you for like thousands of dollars a bottle. It's ridiculous.
Of course.
And people believe in it because they claim that it's good for you. It makes your pee-pee harder and all this bull crap. And like, we're eating raw oysters are really good for you. Well, they might make hair grow on your chest from swallowing raw oysters and choking on them, but they really don't taste that great if you don't cook them and then chew them up and taste them. Like there's some really good elements in there when you cook them, but when you eat them raw, they really don't taste that great. It's like trying to chew. It's like trying to chew somebody's ear. It's really difficult. That's why you have to swallow it whole. But you just cook it a little bit. You know what I mean? On the barbecue, and man, they change. They turn into something completely different. And they taste delicious. Oysters are really good.
Logical.
Horrible.
Bless you, man. Hold on. Bless you, Logical. Nice one for coming. Have a nice night if you're going to sleep or whatever. Sweet dreams, man. Sweet dreams. And Moomin says, I know, PJ, I make my own kombucha. This sake was rotten. So yeah, no, Moomin knows it was definitely rotten sake. So he'll know because he makes it. Sake is rice wine, not strong, maybe 2-1. All right, okay. I thought it was actually like sour. I thought it was like vodka. I thought it was like a liquor, like you call liquor, I call a spirit. I thought it was like a spirit. I didn't know it was it was quite weak. I didn't know that.
It's a malt liquor made with rice, is what it is. It's just like beer.
Okay.
It's almost like beer, only it doesn't have carbonation. It's just.
I actually thought it was
just like water. It's basically watered down alcohol. It's like near beer. Is basically what sake is. It's just basically it's distilled, right? They distill it because the process of making alcohol out of rice is stinky stuff, right? So they have to distill it to get all the smelly and nasty stuff out of there. But once they do, then it's really clear, and then they have this pure alcohol that's relatively smooth. But the problem is that they just water it down, so it's like really pointless of them even distilling it and then just watering it down again. You know what I mean?
Got ya.
It's just crazy.
Maybe I should have said the sake had gone off. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Don't worry. Yeah.
The pharmaceutical company once hired 2 Nobel Prize winners as chief scientists, one of whom is known as the father of Viagra. However, despite being $1 billion flagship product of the company, this high-end packaged liquor isn't as miraculous as it seems.
What they're saying, like that alcohol is like a Viagra. You won't get Brewer's Droop on that.
Actually, that's not true. You know, the only times that I was ever not able to perform, I was drunk every single time that it happened. Every single time. So I can guarantee you, there's no booze out there that makes it easier for you. The more you drink, the less it's going to work, dude. Trust me. It's called GABA.
I agree.
GABA's in your brain that causes that problem. Yeah, sorry, but it's true.
I agree, dude. I agree.
They call it whiskey dick.
The agent responsible for the patent said that anyone can apply to patent their so-called inventions, but whether it can be recognized as a patent is another matter. Furthermore, he mentioned that the convention for Ting Hua liquor is not some high-tech substance. It's just a common peppermint extract distillation of the liquor.
Oh, okay, so it's peppermint schnapps.
What's even more ludicrous is the inspiration behind Ting Hua liquor. The founder, Zhang Xuefeng, claims that Taoist God gave him the inspiration in a dream.
Okay.
I dreamt that I was looking for a panacea on Kunlun Mountain. I was looking for a liquor panacea. Someone who looked like Tiger.
I was just floating there, and he just got this vision, and that's why he's
serious. Look at the straight.
You have to make some kind of fairy tale story to go with how it was born. You know what I mean? To make it more.
Well, remember the Ninja Turtles had a story to go along. Remember there was some toxic waste that fell off a truck and it got spread on the turtles. And they were in a pet store and they got coated. And the next thing you know, they're teenagers, right? Yeah. Of course it's true. Whereas the truth probably is that story probably was actually a disgusting story of someone who got crushed with a turtle. And they probably did really come out like half turtle and half person. And they made a movie about that. The reality is probably disgusting, but I don't want to even think about that or even research it because I don't want to find out that it's true.
Yeah, exactly. Man, Dylan, it was a religious experience. That's what how he's portraying it, isn't it? Without a doubt.
Aishang Lao Shun floated over to me, held my left hand, and wrote the word "live" with his fly whisk. Afterward, he was inspired by the saying, "Water on the tongue is life," and began research and development from human saliva. He finally managed to create this premium-priced Ting Hua liquor. Zhang Xuefeng,
even philosophical, water on the tongue is life. Wow.
So he spit in it. That's what he did. So he spits in it.
Religious and philosophical at the same time. Enigmatic, like I said.
It's so close to your real saliva that you won't taste the difference. Still get you ripped. What a bunch of crap, dude.
Right, absolutely.
And you know what? I know there's some dumb Americans and there's some dumb people all over, but man, some of these Chinese people and Japanese, some of these Oriental people are really like a special kind of dumb when it comes to that kind of thing, isn't it? It's like they'll eat stuff that they call fish sauce. It's literally in a bottle. It's this dark black oil that looks like somebody literally rotted fish in a barrel for 30 years. And it turned into this black muck, and then they put lots of salt in there until they couldn't smell it anymore. You know, like it's horrible stuff, but they put it in everything. Why? I don't know. It's kind of like beef bouillon to them. You know? It's creepy.
Awful. It's
awful. He even claimed that his liquor is not of this world, but a great blessing bestowed by the heavens.
Yeah, of course.
But it's like Red Bull, right?
He also says the price of 58,600 yuan per bottle is too cheap. He says it's worth more. Ting Hua liquor was called out by the TV program for false advertising and breaking the law, but Ting Hua turned around and sued them in retaliation. Interestingly, Chinese state media used to promote Ting Hua liquor. One netizen lamented, "The media who supported Ting Hua before are now slapping it in the face. Why?"
I'd be lamenting as well if I drank that stuff.
It's just peppermint schnapps, dude.
Could it be because
it's peppermint schnapps? That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's like, didn't you hear what he said? He said it was based on saliva, so that it's supposed to be just like your natural moisture that's in your mouth, right? That makes sense. Even though it's kind of creepy and gross to us, because we hear it. Translation isn't great, but and then and then they tell us that it's some peppermint extract, right? So that's what it is. It's a sweet liqueur that tastes like peppermint. So it's peppermint schnapps. That's what it is. But didn't they say it's like what? Yeah. But it's weak. It's like really weak peppermint schnapps because although they distill it out of whatever rice stuff, it's actually only like what? Didn't he say 30% alcohol or something? And then there's higher ones. Like it's literally like as strong as wine, basically. It's like 60 proof or something, you know, whatever. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Dylan.
I mean, at least if it got you bombed, right? If it was like 100 proof or something, and it had gold flakes in it, like Goldschlager does, I could see you asking $80 or $100 for it. But 1,000 yen, I don't know how much 1,000 yen is in American, but I'm assuming it's a lot of money.
I ain't got a clue. But Dylan said, stupid round eye, white men buy my overpriced drink. Yeah, that's about right.
Now, if that alcohol came with a happy ending and something else, maybe I could think about spending that much on it. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
until then,
you know what I mean? Like, come on, really? 1,000? Like, let's just say 1,000 yen is $1,000. $1,000 for a little bottle of something? Come on, dude. I just laugh at you. I'd be like, bring me the Goldschlager from America, man. Or bring me some of that stuff from De Kuyper over there in wherever it's from, France or wherever.
Absolutely.
Tsinghua owed advertising fees. 6. Fire extinguishers that can't extinguish fires.
Wow.
This is a well-known hardware and electrical market in eastern China, where wholesalers sell fire extinguishers. However, some merchants left undercover journalists trembling with fear.
If you buy one extinguisher for 30 yuan, that one won't extinguish the fire. I can guarantee it won't put out the fire. The more you try to put out the fire, the bigger it gets.
This journalist learned that there is a wide range of fire extinguishers sold here, from cheap to expensive.
Why the hell would you buy a fire extinguisher like that then? Just
do you think it's
if it's getting bigger, that's not fire retardant.
Cheap chemical.
That's not fire retardant. That's flammable.
CO2.
That's flammable.
It shouldn't be flammable.
If it's going bigger,
it shouldn't be.
If it's getting better, then it's flammable. It's combustible. Wow.
Right. So what are they using? Flour instead of dust? Instead of like fireproof dust?
Yeah.
Like what the? Yeah. Flour would cause a more fire.
Wow. Yeah, of course it would. It's got a bond. It's energy in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some of the content of fire extinguishing agents inside the bottle.
Yeah.
Extinguishing agent.
Of course. Definitely. Powder can though. It's just because it's form, the form it's in, like you said. The fine powdery form.
But they might be putting like formica dust or something there, you know.
Roughly divided into standard fire extinguishers.
Asbestos.
Yeah.
Flammable asbestos. That'd be perfect.
Of course, madness.
Extinguishers that can extinguish fires. Substandard fire extinguishers that contain a small amount of agent but are not effective. And non-standard fire extinguishers that cannot extinguish fires at all. So why do sellers continue to sell extinguishers knowing they're ineffective? And why do buyers purchase them despite knowing they won't work? It's because of supplier corruption. Furthermore, many of the retail shop owners who make their purchases here don't mind reselling fake products. 7. Fire-resistant glass that doesn't resist fire. Now, let's take a look at fire-resistant glass that doesn't resist fire. When the reporter posed as a buyer and asked if the store had fire-resistant glass, one merchant directly said they didn't have any. When asked what fire-resistant glass was, another merchant replied, "The glass is the same, but we put a fire-resistant label on it. Whatever label you want, we'll put it on." Another merchant outright said it's fake, but it still work. And
stick on a fire-resistant label, it makes it fire-resistant.
No, in the U.S., there's a really high strict standard.
Many stores do the same.
And when the standard doesn't hold up, usually the glass just explodes because it's all tempered. Anything that goes in your showers and all that is all tempered. The only thing that they use plate glass for is like coffee tables and windows, outside windows, stuff that you normally wouldn't jump through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But shower doors and things are in windshields are not made out of plate glass. They're made out of pressure treated.
Yeah.
They can provide corresponding fire-resistant inspection reports for ordinary glass that doesn't resist fire. Because the products are inspected by the companies themselves, they prepare expensive fire-resistant glass for inspection, pretend they produce it, obtain qualified inspection reports, and then openly sell counterfeit products.
Wow.
The annual 315 evening gala of CCTV which began on March 15th, 1991, has aired 34 episodes so far. While it has exposed some businesses manufacturing fake and shoddy products and played a certain role in protecting consumer rights, it is often criticized for being too superficial and even seen as propaganda to make the CCP look good. In order to organize a 3:15 evening gala, CCTV reporters investigate many companies suspected of producing fake and shoddy products, then collectively report their findings on March 15th, instead of informing the public sooner or reporting it to relevant authorities. Therefore, some netizens have raised questions. Why are so many problems discovered every year, but the media do not inform the public in a timely manner? Since the problems are already known, the public should be informed immediately to prevent more public harm. Waiting until March 15 for a collective report is not in the best interest of the public. Some netizens even say the program is a blackmail shakedown. CCTV is acting like an unscrupulous PR firm who protects those that pay, but those who don't get exposed on TV. This type of selective exposure doesn't help.
Yeah, exactly, Dylan. Why don't they investigate the fake off space program? Absolutely.
Because they,
the public in the least.
We don't need to because they know it's fake.
Consumers once again suffer.
There
The
we
correct approach is to publicly expose illegal
And you wonder
activities
why
in the
when you go
market
to-
every day,
you go to weird
not just on
restaurants, you get food
315.
poisoning off.
Maybe even rename the show 365 to expose corruption every day.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's it. That's the one. It's done. 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 Yeah, that was bad. wasn't it? That's awful, man.
I'll
Bloody
never
hell.
eat Japanese food again.
That's really
Nope. Especially out of a
I'll never
bottle.
eat
or
any
a
food
tin.
again. Looking at that.
You convinced me not to trust the Japanese people. Thank you very much, sir. You've ruined my whole, you shattered my whole image of Japanese culture.
I've ruined my whole life. I've got munchies
Because
in
of
the
a
fridge. I
handful
ain't
of
touching
assholes.
that. I'm hungry and I've got munchies in the
Yeah, I'm
fridge. I ain't
throwing out
touching
all that
anymore.
stuff, bro. Anything that's got Japanese writing on it, it's going in the trash tomorrow, bro. Trust
That's it. Right now. No,
I'm
now.
kidding.
Now. That's it. I'm going now.
I'm
Putting
kidding.
it in the trash, man. Anyway, guys, nice one. Nice one for sticking with me. I only thought I was coming on for an hour and a half, but it's been 4 hours, so there we go.
Oh, is that what
Bless
you
you guys for sticking about. Yeah, it's been 4 hours since I started, yeah. Like just over 4 hours,
Yeah,
7
no,
minutes
but-
over.
I mean, did you really say that you were only going to be here an hour and a half?
Yeah, I said maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, I think. Yeah. Something like that. It always tends to happen. I did a 5 hour one before, didn't I? So yeah, at least it's got me through some of the night. It's made me a little bit tired and stuff like that. And you guys had a place
Well, you'll
to hang
sleep
out.
good. See, you'll sleep better.
That's it. Next one. What time is it where you're at, Ryan? Now?
It's 8:37 right now.
Oh, so you still got a
PM.
little bit of the night to go. You still got a little
Oh
bit
yeah,
to go. And
yeah. This is early. This is usually when it gets cold, and now it's Friday night, so I'll be up late because I don't have to get up in the morning.
Of course.
And I'll
Well,
probably
I've already been up late, dude. So, but yeah, nice one for coming, Ryan. But it's always brilliant when Ryan joins me, man. I'm never short of anything to say when Ryan's around, without a doubt. You know what I mean? I could leave the show to Ryan. You know, I'd say like Ryan just take over. He could do. You know what I mean? Without a doubt. Nice. I could like. I always
Yeah,
love.
my
I
wife
always
always calls
like
me,
Ryan to come to shows because he always puts in his opinion, and I appreciate his opinion and stuff like that. And he's got a unique mind. So he thinks a special way. You know what I mean? In a good way. I don't mean that to sound patronizing at all. I just mean that in a good way. Brilliant.
I feel insulted.
He's a genius. He doesn't even know it. You know what I mean? He's a genius.
No, don't say that. No, I don't want that either.
No, I know. I
you
know. Messed up.
You can give me
No, I
props for showing up.
appreciate
That's
you
all
what
you
you
can
say.
do,
I
you know.
appreciate
It's really nothing.
appreciate
I
it.
enjoy the time. You know, I'm a file. You know, I like to be online. I like to talk. I like to talk about how I feel and what I think. So I
I know you
appreciate
do.
you for letting me come in.
Fantastic, man. It's always good to have you on, man. And nice one, guys, in the chat for sticking around for a bit. It's been excellent. And I'll see you next time. I think my next live will be. I might do another live over the weekend. I don't know. It'll just be a surprise one. You'll just see the notifications. If not, it'll be Tuesday.
Yeah, I just happened to notice this one. I just happened to notice that you were on. For some
Well, I
reason.
did put it in my YouTube links room in Element, and I did address it to you. So I thought you'd seen that, but yeah, cool.
But I don't necessarily check it all through the day.
No. Because I didn't know I was going to stream tonight. It's only because Flats didn't. And at the time Flats is meant to stream.
I was thinking. That's why I was looking around. Because I was thinking. I was sniffing around thinking. Because right around the time, like 10, 11, I was watching when I heard him say that. And then I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And then I was waiting to see if you were going to say anything about it. But you didn't right away. So I just thought, well, he probably, we'll just do it later. Yeah, whatever.
No, I just couldn't do it at that time.
I came out here. I just got back. Yeah. I just got the washing machine finished. Remember, I told you I was working.
I would have done it. I would have done it at Flats' normal time, but I just couldn't do it. I had something else on, so I just done it for a bit later on. When I kind of thought Matthew might turn up, and he did. And it was good to talk to him. So it's been brilliant.
Right on. Yeah, that was nice. I haven't talked to him before.
Yeah, no problem, John. Thanks for turning up, dude. So you're always. All
right. Well, I know you want to shut this down, so do what you got to do, brother.
Bless you guys. Heal Sunset Free is free indeed, as I always say. Bless guys. Good night.